Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Breaking Bread Building Bonds Summit. Dr. Janaea Klingenberg, who we call Dr. J. She is a life coach. She's a transformation strategist. She helps people get out of their own way, right?
Absolutely.
It's a good way. She's also does a lot of work with nonprofits and is really big with the volunteering. And the reason, I mean, I know she does a lot of things, and I've known her a couple of years now, and she's spoken on my show before and things. But what I wanted to really kind of bring up and highlight a little bit today was the whole aspect of volunteering. Because, when we're talking about family and the table, which is what this whole summit is about, we also look for things to do together as a family that give us what we're creating content for conversation at the
Mhm.
table. And when you do things together, it bonds you. And so I would like Dr. J here to share a little bit about all this stuff that she does. So take it away, my friend.
All right, thank you. I really appreciate you inviting me to come here to do this. The volunteering for me, it's like food for my soul. I've been running my nonprofit. It's called the Hoy Center. I've been running my nonprofit for 14 years. And it actually started from me seeing some children, some teenagers on the street, without the proper clothes on. And so I would start giving them things, and I just kind of recruited my friends to start giving me, stuff to give away. So I would drive around with stuff in my car, with stuff to give away. And it just kind of grew from there as as a mental health professional. I was in school at the time, and, just seeing and understanding, the needs of other people. I just began to try to help solve, these needs, from the children needing a little bit more love and comfort. My mom is a community uh, organizer, and community everything is why I do what I do. She's actually on here too. So I give all homage to my mom, because her and my grandmother instilled this in me and my sister, to love and care and be compassionate towards other people. And so, when I was younger, my job was to watch the children of the parents who my mom was training. And that's when I started realizing that some kids didn't have what I had in my parents, the loves, the hugs, the care. And so that kind of made me more aware of what others needed. When you're young, you really don't think about those things, but so it just kind of grew from there. And so now, 14 years later, I have two different locations, one in Chicago and one down here in Southern Illinois. And we service over 1,200 youth and their families. We get over $150,000 in in-kind donations just to give away to the community. And I enjoy doing it. And because I'm a wife and a mom, we do these things as a family. So it became a family affair. Doing, sorting, going to different events, supporting, helping, providing, for a lot of the youth and the families. And so my children, I have a 19-year-old and 5-year-old, and my children always participate, in the events that we give. And so, for me, like, volunteering is not just about giving time, right? Most people think, oh, well, I don't have time to volunteer. It's not really just the time when it comes to volunteering. It's really about connecting with others, creating purpose, not just for yourself, but for your family, and promoting positive change, right? And so those are some things that I think about when it comes to volunteering, because they're so important when you're building your family, and family, not just including kids, your brothers, your sisters, and aunties. Because my like I said, my mom, she comes and volunteers, with me at my event. So we all volunteer together. My sister, she comes and volunteers, or we in Chicago, when she has things at her church. We are a volunteering family. No matter where we are, that's what we do, because not only does that fulfill us in helping other people, but it bonds us together. The mental health component of this is that you're releasing endorphins. right? That natural feel good drug, you know. And so when you're around your family, you're doing things together, it just holistically makes you feel good and feel better because not only are you helping other people and you're seeing the joy that you're bringing to someone else, but you're doing it with your family, and that bonds you all closer together. And it teaches not only the children, but it teaches the, you know, the other members in your family about love, compassion, you know, empathy, you know, which, you know, I'm gonna be the one to say it as a mental health professional. You know, a lot of kids in our communities nowadays don't have a lot of empathy, you know, for other people, you know, and the behavior shows, you know, in many ways. And so it's really, you know, important that we talk to our children and our families about volunteering, giving back, and doing things together. Most people think they can't give because they don't have, but your time that you give is worth $1 million. I want people to understand that. And there are a lot of different ways in which you can give. There are a lot of different things that you can do. For example, they were honoring my dad who passed away in Vegas. And so my family went to Vegas, you know, to go to the ceremony. And what did we do while we were there? My stepmom is a part of a church that she volunteers at the food pantry. So what did we do as a family? We went there and we volunteered at the food pantry. You know, my 5 year old, she was help passing out eggs and she was so excited. And that is the love and the joy to see when people enjoy helping other people. And even more so, the smiles and the thank yous that come from the people that you're helping. Like I can't even explain how invigorating that is. And then when we go back and we talk, you know, over dinner, you know, at home. It's not always over dinner. I'm not gonna lie. It's not always over dinner. But, you know, that is a time where we do try to engage and talk and say, hey, well, what did you think? How did you like that? What would you like to do? You know, what was your favorite part? And it was like, great job, Yana. Great job, Yana, for helping to pass out the eggs and, you know, just kind of get a conversation going about how they felt about that and what else they can do, you know, to not only contribute to their local community, but as a whole, you know, your community because you have a various amount of communities.
We years ago started celebrating Thanksgiving on Saturday just because my kids, I've got the 6 kids. And so
Mhm.
I figured, you know what, this is a holiday. I don't mind moving. So that way, you know, they can see the in-laws and then us and there's no, you know, questions and worries
Right,
about.
right.
So which left our Thanksgiving day open. We volunteer at a you know, at a food pantry. And the what my kids loved was the conversations that they had with the people because inevitably we would serve, but then everybody's sitting down to eat, and we would go and kind of walk around and make sure everybody had something. But then my kids would like sit down and talk to some of these guys that were there, and they came home with all these great stories. And then they also think about, and that's where the empathy comes in, because then they start thinking about, wow, but now this place, you know, and they're working really hard to do this, and they start telling us the stories that they
Right,
had of people that are trying to work their way out of a situation or something.
right.
They felt that that's where that empathy came in. They're like, wow, that's really cool that they're working really hard, that they fell down during these times, and now they're doing something different. And so it was pretty neat. It's really those are
Yeah,
things.
you never know somebody else's story. And that's the thing, not even just as a mental health professional thinking about that, but you don't know people's story, right?
Yeah.
Because, you know, I got divorced many years ago and I needed some help. I was a single mother, you know, and the kindness that people gave me, you know, even opened me up more to want to help more and help people, professionals who were working every day, you know, who just still needed some support. You know, you don't judge people. You don't assume things about people because you don't know people's story. I have met like you said with your son, I have met like pastors, I have met doctors, I have met, I mean, all kinds of people who hit hard times and they were just like, man, I just need a little bit of help or I just can't seem to get off my feet, you know, and just hearing and sometimes they just need somebody to listen to them, you know, and those are my best stories when they say, you know what, thank you for doing this. Thank you for even listening to me, you know, because that I think that's part of of being compassionate is stopping smelling the flowers in that moment and engaging, you know, with those people and having those conversations because you learn so much about life when you talk to people and understand what they're doing, you know. That's how actually I got a few of my volunteers because of us giving. They're like, you know what? I don't have money to give you to thank you, but I would love to come and volunteer. Sure, come on. I invite anybody to come and volunteer because it's such an invigorating thing. I had a young girl one time, she had to be like 3 years old, who was giving away shoes. And it was a community event, and I was supporting another nonprofit organization who she just started doing this for her community. And it was like, hey, she heard of me and said, hey, can you come, and give away your stuff here? I was like, absolutely. This little girl came, her mom was looking around at other things. She came over to where the shoes were, and she looked and she's like, Mommy, oh, I like these shoes. And the mom looked and she said, oh, and they're your size. She put those shoes on. And when I tell you, this little girl lit up, she was like, oh my gosh, and they're my size. Like she was just so happy to get a pair of shoes.
Yeah.
Like and looking at my daughter, because one of my daughters are there, and they were just looking like, wow, like the little girl, because my daughter has shoes at home that fit, but this little girl didn't. And that I was looking at my daughter and how she was looking at her. She was just like, like, wow. And she said, Mommy, that little girl's happy. And I'm like, yes, she is. I said, we gave her something that she needed, and it was just like days like that is just so it's speechless for me to be able to explain how good it feels inside. And this is why I continue to do what I do. Nonprofit work is free. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? But I get so much from that, especially doing it with my family. And I really enjoy and appreciate, like I said, I give homage to my mom and my dad for, instilling these things in us to want to help and love on other people because not everybody have what we have at home.
I know that the other give back or take away from like when we were at, like there was one place in Baltimore we used to like to go to, and the guys that were at this, it was a shelter, but it was one that helped them. It gave them, they could only stay a certain amount of time. They were learning things so that they could move on and do something new. And but the stories that these guys had, and that was, I think they appreciated the opportunity to share their story with like my kids, because they weren't just telling their story, they were
Right.
teaching a lesson.
Right,
and,
right,
and kids love, yes, they learn a lot from us as parents, we're their first teachers, but when someone else tells them a story or they learn a lesson from somebody outside, and then they can come in and tell that story at the table or wherever, they
right,
feel like they now have something to contribute to a real
right. Conversation, right,
something
right,
serious, and they're, but then they learn and they see it's like, wow, they learned what they learned from them. But not only did the kids learn, but these guys felt like it validated them. It made them feel like they still had something important to say, that maybe right now they're in a shelter, but they
hmm
have lived, they have done real things, and it made them feel good to be able to give a kid a lesson,
right,
on a
right,
life lesson sometimes,
right,
and like maybe it was don't do this or you'll end up here, or maybe it was I did this and I learned this and I'm sharing it with you. So whatever it might be, but it was really cool. They really
right.
enjoyed it.
And then, like, when it comes to volunteering, so there's a few things that you want to kind of think about when it comes to volunteering. And so to kind of open up, the possibilities, for people to volunteer, because really it doesn't take a lot to go and volunteer. You can start something on your own with your family, or you can help and support another organization or business. You can look at like some age appropriate things to do. So depending on your family members, if you have children or not, looking at some things in the local area, like what are some local needs, that I have seen. Because how we have to think about it, and this is my mental health brain, it's like, what problem is it around me that I can help to solve? And so having a discussion around the table about, hey, what are some of the things that you've seen in our community that might seem like a problem? And how do you think we can help? So again, having those conversations about what do we see is the need around us and in our community. So focusing and paying attention to that. And also that makes us hyper aware of our community, and what needs. Many communities have food deserts, so what can you do? You can get a mobile like food truck, and bring and give away free meals in the community. We have a lot of, issues with immigration right now. A lot of these people are not coming out of the communities, but they still got to eat. They still have needs. Can you do? You can go into their communities, to provide support and services and help for them so that they can still get what they need. Um, and then looking at, volunteer family volunteer opportunities, when you travel, right? They call them like travel volunteering, which is kind of what we did when we went to Vegas. I mean, many places, specifically they have like volunteer opportunities when you travel. But you can look at specific areas like the coast. The coast does a lot of things with like marine life, so you look at, hey, we going on vacation. How about we go here? And while we're on vacation, we can volunteer as well, so
So
you can look at things like that.
where do you find these? So, I mean, is there like a database or a place or like a specific thing? I mean, I know a lot of times you can contact churches,
Yeah.
but what about some of these other things? Like, are there ways or places to look these things up and find them so that
To be honest, I don't know about a database per se, but one of the things that you can do is you can connect with like a local organization. So you're going to visit, or if you know someone where you're going, you can contact them and ask them about a local organization that you can connect with, and then you contact them and say, hey, or a church, like you said, because usually the churches are the ones that have a list of different programs in the community that you could participate in, because some corporations and things like that, they don't really have like lists. They usually do it in-house for their employees. Your job actually, some jobs have identified or relationships with different places around the country, around the world, that you can volunteer, that their employees can volunteer with. So I would just say, look at, first of all, you have to know your cause, right? And your purpose. You have to know what the purpose is that you're trying to do. And then when you look for a place to go, you identify an area or a place in that area, you contact them, and sometimes they'll tell you, hey, we're associated with this organization, and they come in and they bring volunteers for us. So then you get connected with that organization. That's kind of how we do, international aid a lot. Some of those international aid places, right? US Aid, or, various places like that. Contact them. They usually have like mission trips, or, various things that you can do that you can bring your family, to
I could
do.
see that being a great thing to talk about it at the table, figuring out which one you're going to do, like
Exactly. And that's the fun part.
doing
That's
the
the fun.
research, have the kids do the research and find the places to go. I think that'd be that'd be a fun thing.
Yeah, and that's how you engage, especially children, in the whole process. Because when my oldest was younger, one thing I used to have her do was, if she said she wanted to go somewhere and do something, well, you got to research it, and then come and let me know what you find. And then and then we kind of worked from there. So yeah, doing that research, because that also teaches them about the things in the community that they're going to, to understand that, because the purpose, you're going on vacation, but the purpose of going on the vacation is to find something to support, right? So you can have specific vacations just for that, if that makes sense. They have a lot of environmental things. And then also you can do some like fundraising and community events. So I know families have created like their own community events, art shows, various things like that, to raise money for a particular organization. So you find a cause, you find you find a purpose, you find a cause, and then you find a way to support them. You can create your own event.
Yeah.
You can either collect money with their friends and family, or you can, go to a certain organization and volunteer, and do it that way. One of the things that actually, Beth, who's on here, she donated to our organization. And it was the coolest thing ever, because what they did, and I so want to do this, they did a dance party, a virtual dance party. And so within that virtual dance party, they, and people, we were dancing because I was having a good time. They were dancing, and people was donating to the organization. And that was something new that I had never experienced, but it was like really awesome because it was uplifting, it was fun, it kept people engaged,
I know more about this dance party. Let's grab Beth in here. Summer, can you put Beth Barber on here? Beth Barber Boulay for a second, and
I'm
I want
sorry, Beth. I didn't mean to put you on, on the spot, but it
I
was
know
one of
you, so
the great
I know
experiences that I had.
fine. You look fine. Tell me, I want to know about this dance party idea. Pretty cool. So it was virtual.
So yeah, so it was virtual. I was through Shanda's hardcore leadership program. We had like 2 hours to pull something together, and we decided, and we had to be able to raise money when we were doing it. So we decided we would raise funds for Janae's organization, and we had the dance party. And here's my little guy. And during that period of time, I think it was like 600 and some dollars that we were able to raise.
Wow.
It was
And we
over
played music,
700.
and everybody, we had all the cameras on screen. We set up a Zoom and played music and just had a really good time with a bunch of random people.
Yep.
That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. So see, anybody can raise money for a good cause in a quickie way. So you came up with this, you had to put it together in 2 hours.
Yes, it was one of those fast action things we had to do in leadership.
Wow, that's pretty neat. But what a lesson to learn. I'm gonna have to learn more about that from you.
Okay.
Yeah, it was so cool. And then everybody was into it. Like that was the fun part. Everybody was into it and was like dancing. It was like multiple people, you
Yeah, they
know.
brought their kids.
Yeah, they brought the yeah, I was saying they brought their kids. I mean, it was, you know, and I still talk about that to this day because I'm like, I so want to do that. You know, I thought that was such a wonderful way. And it was like 30 minutes. Like it
Right.
wasn't a lot to take out of your time. You know, it was like 30 minutes, you know, and it was actually it was about $730 that they raised.
Wow,
Um,
that's
Well, I remember the thing that you told me that when I talked to you that day was that morning you'd been praying about, I need money for the backpacks and I don't know where this money is going to come from.
yep.
And then out of the blue, I connected with you and money appeared.
Yeah. And that's another thing too, is like, you know, at least for me, being connected with God is something that is my foundation, right? Because when I pray for things, because and when I pray, I'm praying to help other people. You know, I really want to do what I can to help as much as I can. And so my prayers are like, you know, bring me what I need to do to be able to best support the communities that I serve. You know, and I thank Beth because that was phenomenal, and that was a wonderful idea to bring forth, you know, in a quick way, you know, in a quick way to fundraising. So when you think you can't do something, have a dance party,
Yep,
right?
exactly.
You know, and just and any amount is helpful. You know, a lot of people feel like, well, I can't really give, you know, but any amount is helpful. You know,
Absolutely.
I really want people to keep that in mind because not only does it help your mental health, it helps the people that you're helping. Does that make
Yep,
sense? You know,
absolutely. Beth,
so it just,
thank you for such a cool idea. I love it.
yeah, yeah,
So thanks. And you're gonna hear Beth talk tomorrow on some other stuff. So we'll be back
absolutely.
raising grandchildren. All
Yeah.
right. Thanks, Beth. Um, I think that is sounds like such a fun thing, and I can imagine talking and laughing about that because I think if my family, if we organize something like that, we'd probably be laughing for days of, can you imagine we just did that in 30 minutes or whatever, you know? So it's, you know, things that bring joy and laughter, like dancing, like jokes, like whatever, or just the fact that you pulled something off and it makes you like, wow, we did it, you know?
Right, right.
It is adrenaline boosting, it is endorphin boosting, you know, so it is, that's cool. That sounds like it would have probably was a lot of fun.
And not thinking that you have to do a whole lot of planning and a whole lot of stuff to do it. And I think that's what stops people from volunteering sometimes is that, oh, I don't know how to do it. I don't know what to do. I don't know how, you know, I have, you know, 3 kids, so I can't do it, you know, and it's just always possible. I have a volunteer who comes and help us. She has 8 children. And from college through, I think the youngest is, I think it's 5 or 6 or something like that. And they all come to our event to volunteer. So one of our events that we get invited to other people's public events. And I call it the blessing bank because it was a blessing that I got this connection to get all of these donations. But like I said earlier, we get over $150,000 of in-kind donations just to give away to the community. So she brings her children, like, because I always need help, you know, I need young help, I need men help, you know, to help me like move this stuff around. And so she sends her children, you know, to come and help. And then she, after work, she'll come and meet up on a Saturday. They all come together. So again, volunteering as a family. And she says she does that because she wants to instill in her children, like we said before, the compassion, the love for others, helping others, you know what I'm saying? Having a purpose day to day and what you want to do, not just for yourself, but for other people.
Now, anybody who's on here and wants to get a copy of Janae's free gift, it's a family service value of volunteering as a community. And well, no, that's what she
Quick
does.
start guide.
Sorry, the
It's a
gift
quick
is a
start guide,
quick
yeah.
start guide. Sorry, I'm trying to read the thing here. That's what she does. She does it really good. Really well, really well. So your volunteering quick start guide. So if you as a family or you would know anybody else who needs an idea for something to connect their family, to bring them together, volunteering is a great way to do it. And you're not just doing something good for your family, but
Right.
you do something good for other people too. So that's a beautiful thing.
I also with that, so on that page you'll see I also have a ebook that's more details and give more specific volunteer opportunities for age appropriate families. So it's a detailed like list of all different kinds of stuff. So you don't have to read the whole ebook if you just want to go to a particular area or particular chapter on that topic area, like environmental or family volunteering, like whatever you want to go to,
Okay.
different types of volunteering, fundraising, whatever you go to that area. But with that, I also have a workbook that's going live on Monday where with the in the ebook there are tips for the workbook. So it's sections in the ebook that tells you where to go in the workbook in order to write some things down. So the workbook is where you can plan out the things you want to do when you have the conversations at the table about where you want to go, what local needs are within your area. It's also checklists, so you can keep some things in mind so that as you all are volunteering or thinking of volunteering or after you volunteer as a family, how do you reflect on some of the things that you learned, you saw, what went well, what didn't went well, would you do it again? How would you do it again? Things like that. So the workbook is really handy to help with planning out your family volunteering.
Well, I think that what you do is wonderful and inspiring, and it has been, from the first time I met you, I was
Thank you.
impressed by all of that. And I feel like you know, you're making a difference in this world. And when you can teach other people how to teach their families by, like,
Mhm.
for example, your guide here and everything, um, you know, one person tells the next person tells the next person. And I think we weren't put on this earth for just ourselves,
Right.
and I think that we teach that to our families, and if we can show them things like this, and like you said, all the lessons that are learned. Like for me, I think that my favorite one is the empathy, because
Mhm.
today it's so easy to have everything, or
Yeah.
at least think it is everything. We have such a throwaway society. But the thing is that there were times where we fixed things,
Hmm.
and it meant from everything from socks to families, and now everything's throwaway. Let's throw away the sock. Let's throw away the relationship,
Hmm.
and relationships are probably, they say anything important in life is not easy.
And I think that's key too, to remember that you don't do anything by yourself.
No.
You can't do anything by yourself, even, with building your family. We
Yeah,
all need something. We all need some type of collaboration with a village, whatever your
exactly.
village is going to be.
Exactly.
And you have to build some kind of village, and use that village, that support system. And a lot of that we do so many collaborations with so many other organizations. It's not just us.
Yeah.
Like I'm a professional beggar. That's my unofficial name. I'm a professional beggar. And people know that. So I do what I do best, and then I collaborate with other people in order to build that, even with my family. I do what I do best. And then when I need help, we have to learn how to reach out,
Yeah.
and get love and support from others in order to keep building our families.
One lesson I learned from my grandmother, and she said it never hurts to ask. She goes, the worst thing, she goes, what's the worst thing they can say? No. And you're no better or worse off than when before you
Yep,
ask, because you're not going to lose anything, but you could gain something if you
absolutely.
ask.
And
But
no
don't,
means next opportunity.
yeah, yeah, exactly. So don't forget to ask everybody. Um,
Absolutely.
Jay, I love you. And I really appreciate you
Love you
coming and
too.
being a part of this and sharing all your wonderful insights on the importance of giving back, because that's really what you do. You give back, and
Yeah.
God's blessing you because, you're blessing people. And, it's not hard to do, to
No.
just do a little something, whether you're giving somebody a smile or you're giving them a backpack full of goodies. But regardless, we need to give, and showing that to our families at the table right there. Start there and it spreads out from there. So
Absolutely.
that's it.
Absolutely.
So it's
Thank you
wonderful.
for having me. I appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Thank you again. And thanks to, all your hard work helping put this, sending it out and sharing it and everything. So I appreciate it.
No problem.
And keep doing what you're doing. And well, I'll still be always following all the stuff you do. And of course we'll be talking.
Were there any questions? Anybody have any questions about anything? I don't know if anybody had any questions or anything.
I think you say things so well that I don't know,
Awesome. Okay.
Well, I
but
did want to mention this is Sandra Bivens.
Okay.
Jania's mom. I did want to mention that the collaborations, I think, is important to mention that you form, that she was mentioning when you do these things, because it allows you to expand your giving so that you can give even more to different people in different communities. So I think that I just needed to mention that because that's a very important piece that she does.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you, Sandra. It's good to know that we got mom's approval.
I know, right?
When you got testimonials from mom, what better can you have,
Right. Like,
right?
I don't need nothing else.
There's
Right.
there's a praise in the chat. Dr. Katrina Smith says, Dr. J is the epitome of volunteer and support. She's definitely God-given.
That's for
Thank
sure.
you.
There you go. Hey, so then here is one which is interesting. When one over volunteers him or herself, will it take too much time to do more priority tasks? Well, let me tell you, I'm gonna start with, so I'm gonna say something first.
Okay.
What is priority over helping people? Besides, once you take care of your family, I think I think helping others is a priority. What do you think, Dr. J?
What does over volunteering mean? So first I'm a talk about that, because before you can help somebody else, you got to help yourself. If you are overly exhausted, if you are overwhelmed with what you're doing, you're not actually helping people. Does that make sense? And so, and to be honest, I can do that for myself too, and I have my sister, my mom, my husband, my children telling me to slow down, or telling me, to stop, or allowing my volunteers, my other volunteers, to take over some things because my ankle is swollen, because I've been on my feet too long carrying these heavy bins. And so first you have to prioritize yourself, because you're no good to no one else when you're exhausted, you're tired, and you feel like it's a chore. Volunteering is not a chore. Your priority tasks, I'm assuming, are the things that you have to do, right? Like work, you know what I'm saying? So you can put food on your table, versus the love and joy of volunteering. You have to be able to balance that, right? Because again, you can't overwhelm yourself and not take care of yourself and your household. You have to take care of the home base first. And I don't mean you neglect everything else necessarily, because one of the things, when I'm most stressed, I go and volunteer because that makes me feel good, or if something, in another part of my life, I feel like it's like, oh my gosh, I can't even deal with this right now. I go and volunteer and I go help somebody because that makes me feel good, but in prioritizing, you have to prioritize yourself first, right? Your mental health is more important, in order to be able to help support other people. Okay.
Okay, Dr. Ashley, you have your hand up.
Yeah, it was more about, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, it was more Janae, a sort of observation, just listening to it. There's this sense of starting off with the family, enriching the family, getting a focus. The focus goes to the community. And then, like you say, when you're holidaying or when you're going to other areas of the country or other things, and it might be related to work, that ripple, that expansion, that reach, and it just makes me think of a pool, where you drop a stone in the pool and the ripples, they don't actually stop. They reach the bank. They go
Right.
all that way, don't they? And it's all from that central energy. And I will comment that, I've never met you before, but you've got that real energy, and that sort of, it ripples out from you. And we know that because your mother popped in and she's got a lovely, powerful style as well. And I think that, yeah, what I've heard in this conversation is how so little of that enthusiasm is needed to make a massive impact.
Exactly.
And yeah, you've just made it sound a lot easier than people think. If people are daunted about perhaps not being a good volunteer, or maybe other volunteers around them might judge them because they might have less experience. And
Right.
yeah, it's been a lovely listen, as in making it so doable.
Thank you. And also, I'm glad you said that too, because volunteering is not just about you going like to a soup kitchen, or you going, like to one of my events, because the things that also you can volunteer with is your talent and your skills, right? If you do well with like building websites, nonprofit organizations need help like that. There are people in the community who need help with things like that. You know, whatever your skills and your talents are, that is volunteering as well. We can't be one track minded and have, you know, a simple mind when it comes to volunteering just because our society, you know, defines volunteering as these things. You get to decide. You are the author of your life. You are the author of your time. So you get to decide how you volunteer.
If you've got the strength, then you can volunteer by using that strength to carry or to push. But like you say, if you haven't got that, but you've got the ability to cheer people up, or just that you've got a great gift of the gab, then actually your social volunteering will be even
Yep.
more powerful than somebody else who might be able to help with accounting. There's so many people who are, for whatever reasons, they're on their own, they're isolated,
Yeah.
and they don't need help with their shopping, they don't need help with their bills, they're
Mhm.
lonely. And your capital, your social capital, could make somebody feel a lot better, and
Yep.
that will also help them potentially survive.
Yep.
That's
And then those
really,
who
really
also,
interesting.
yeah, those who even awful who are also immobile, you know, they can't leave their homes, you know, or those who have severe mental health anxiety, like issues and anxiety and things like that. Guess what? You can have a dance party at home. You know, it really is that simple because you get to decide what you do to help support and love on your community.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks, Doc. Thank you very much for being here and sharing all this wonderful stuff and answering all these, the questions and comments here. So, but it doesn't have to be a chore. Yes, take care of yourself first, but giving, sometimes in your case, giving is taking care of yourself. So it makes you feel good. And
Yes.
I know that feeling because everything that I do, I feel is a mission to give back and to do for others. And it does make me feel good. I just loved that. And I love this social volunteering thing because, in a way, that's part of what I talk about being here, like living in a small village, nobody's ever alone. And that is something which I brought up yesterday, that people talk about how loneliness is Patrice is here. There we go. Loneliness is an epidemic in America, and I think in a lot of places in the world, or at least in the civilized, what we want to call, what we think is the civilized world. Sometimes I think that these little places and these little, as we call where I'm at, a peasant village, you know, seems like it's more backward, but in fact, sometimes I think that they really know what's going on so much more because they're constantly connected. Nobody's ever lonely. There's a couple older people that live on my street that, live by themselves, but they're outside every day, whether they're sitting outside of their house or they're taking a walk down the street. They have conversations with people. They're constantly connected. That you can't feel alone, even if you are here. Whereas I've spent many, many times over the years in the past feeling alone in a crowd, because unless you have the connections with those people, it's rough. So we started at home, but it goes out into community. So our next guest just arrived. Hi, Patrice.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
I am doing fabulous
Good. Good,
and
good, good.
so happy to be a part of that. I love what you're doing, bringing our families together and making those connections happen.
So I'd like to introduce, this is Patrice Porter, known as the Gardening Grandma. So today we're talking about things that are connected to the table, like Dr. J, who was just on, that gives us things to do, volunteering, bringing ideas to work together as a family to connect us and give us conversation topics for the table. And now we have the Gardening Grandma, who talks to us about gardening, about the importance of the food that we're putting on that table. Right?
You betcha. I tell you, like the first thing I do when I move into a new place, I get my garden going. And to me, it's often been a central focal point and something that's, I've always had a garden of some sort in our community. Growing up as kids, the neighborhood, we all had backyard gardens. It was just something that was common then. And I think it's something that's been lost I really dove more deeply into it is when I had my kids, my child. And it was like, I wanted the best for my family. And there was a great concern of what was going into our food, and I was finding it like really difficult to find unadulterated food. I, even going to like I went into a coffee shop. My husband had wanted some fancy coffee for himself. And I thought, well, I'll just get some nice herbal teas. I couldn't even find there. They had to add natural flavor. And it was like, no, I just want the natural goodness of those lovely herbs. And
I
so,
remember as a kid playing in the backyard. My mom always had the huge garden. And we'd be in the backyard. If you needed a snack, we would go yank up a carrot, rinse it off with the hose, and just chow down on it, you know? And I mean, and nobody, I mean, other kids in my neighborhood, they didn't. My mom had the garden. And that's what I grew up with too. My grandfather was the same way.
and that's the same thing, or for dessert, send them out to the raspberry patch, and the kids, they develop a lot better eating habits, if you've got that fresh grown food, and especially if you can start getting them involved in the gardening and growing some of that food. And when they are growing it, they're more likely to eat it. When they're the one, they grew it and they bring it to the family table.
Yeah.
And it's like, yes, I can do this, and I'm contributing. They're now contributing. It just boosts their self-confidence. And
yeah, there's definitely a greater chance they're going to eat it if they grew it, and then maybe they come in and you teach them how to cook it, and then put it on the table, and then there's this like, I made this, I grew this. They pat themselves on the chest, it's like, yeah, woo.
Yeah. And then when they go off to, college or something like that, they've got those skills, and healthy habits, and they're less likely to be reaching for the convenient foods and junk foods. And I know, like, when growing a garden there, it really puts you into like the mindset of abundance.
Yeah.
Because, a tiny seed there can produce an abundance of cucumbers or whatever. And that's what I found. Like, so if people came over to visit or something, you could send them home with a basket of cucumbers or tomatoes or whatever that is producing well. And the same if there's someone new to the community, you can bring them over some fresh produce. Or I grow a lot of seedlings. So I, give them some seedlings, and or exchanging plants like the perennials to help them get their gardens established. And that was big in our community here. And then you've got those memories every time you go into the garden, and you see like a lot of the perennial flowers too, we exchanged from our different gardens, and the memories there every time of your friend or neighbor that gave you that plant.
What are the simplest things? Like, a lot of people will say to me, well, I can't have a garden, I live in an apartment, or blah blah blah, or I'm I don't have a yard. And what do you tell those people? I know what I tell them. What do you tell them?
Yeah, well, the thing, you can start off like real simply. Well, sprouts you can grow right on your countertop, but and then you've got an instant garden. But like some fresh herbs on the windowsill, and you start adding that to your dishes, and your family will be like, what did you do to this? And and they'll want more. It's like, oh, that was really good, Mom. And then so then you can expand that to, well, why not have a container out on the deck or balcony and grow, I call it like a salad bowl. So you can have all your pickings for making a salad right in one container, and do it with the kids. Let them get involved too. It can create some wonderful memories. I always had a big garden when I lived out on the farm, and whenever anybody came over to visit, they always wanted to see what I was growing in the garden. And it just creates some marvelous memories there.
It really does. I'm going to say something real quick about the herb garden. So like if you're growing herbs on your windowsill, which doesn't take a lot of time, energy, or effort, basil, for example, is not just something you throw one leaf in the tomato sauce. Put basil leaves in your salad. Basil is actually such a healthy green, and a lot of people don't realize that it's, you know, they look at the leaves and they don't necessarily think they're going to eat the leaves. Sometimes they'll pick it off of the whatever salad or thing that's it's decor on, you know, but it is actually a very wonderful green to put in your salad. Put whole leaves of it in your salad. It's really good. Now, someone is saying here, I just don't have the time or the patience. Let me ask you, what would you recommend if someone doesn't have time or patience per se to start with? What are some, like, I think herbs are the easiest to start with. What else would you say is something easy to start with?
Well, that idea with the salad bowl, having your fresh greens, so at least you can have a, you know, a fresh salad. But also ask yourself the question, how much time do you give yourself permission to spend in the garden? And if it's only like 15 minutes a few times a week, that's plenty. So then you work out that, okay, so in these 15 minutes, I'm going to do this, this, and this. And you can easily have your herb gardens and whatever. And one thing I like when people are getting their gardens going, you know, that first part of planning out your garden, getting everything prepared for your garden, and then you can do your planting. Like that's maybe only 20% of the work or 20% of gardening, but it's going to give you 80% of the results. And if that's kind of the hardest part, you know, getting it in there. So if maybe you say 15 minutes a week, but maybe just set aside a weekend or something where you will, you know, do that prep and get things set up.
Because it does, you know, you really don't have to do much then, but give it some water because it grows itself. You're not growing it, it's growing, and you just get to reap the benefits of that fresh food. So one of my tricks I used to do for the kids, when I had my garden in the backyard, and of course half of it was play area for them to run around and kick soccer balls and hope they didn't go in my garden, and the rest of it was garden. But I used to plant the cherry tomatoes around the edges. And the things that were good like that they could pick and eat things, but things like that. But they loved cherry tomatoes. And so I always put them at the edge instead of down a row. I put them around the side so that they could pick them and eat them. And they did. They'd play in the yard and they'd go pick a tomato.
Yeah,
and
I call those my snacking plants. And I keep
yeah, absolutely
on my deck, right, you know, by the door, so I can be walking, you know, to go into the house and just pull a cherry tomato or the mini peppers, the sweet little mini peppers, or my snacking peppers. And that's another thing too, like if you keep things close to your door, where your kitchen, where you're going to be pairing, you're more likely to use it. You can just step out the door and pick it.
my kitchen door,
yeah,
right on the back porch. And what I got was those window boxes, and I put them on my railing, and I just dumped lettuce seeds in there, and it was really pretty because you do the mix, and you have some red leaves and some green leaves and all this, so you have a real pretty decoration, you know, instead of, you know, maybe sometimes I'd put a flower on each end or something, you know, marigolds, but I've always had lettuce, and I would just go out there and pick leaves for what I needed, and that was it, and it was wonderful.
Yeah, and it's so simple and handy, and that thing too of having like a patch of it, you know, that makes it a little bit easier to grow things, because if it's like cut and come again, and so you can have that. And also for people, you know, if you don't think you really have much space and you really like just like the ornamental, like for your landscaping, you can have edible landscaping. There's some beautiful plants like the the rainbow chard, or as you said, the different types of lettuces with the purple leaves, or I know I grew a beautiful, it was a Hungarian hot pepper, Hungarian black pepper, and it had like the purplish color leaves. It had a purple flower, and it grew like a purple, dark, almost black purple fruit. And then I put the colored basil in around it. And
Nice.
like they can be edible and still beautiful. So there you fit in those plants wherever. You did it on your deck, throw them in your flower bed, throw in some edibles, and
Absolutely. Because, a lot of, I know that there's some, which kills me. There's some people who live in some of these communities that you can't have a garden on your, like some of these, what do you call them? The homeowners associations, and you can't have gardens in your front yard, and some of them won't even let you have them in your backyard. But I used to plant all kind of stuff in the front yard. I'd have rosemary plants because it just looks like a little pine tree, and then my herbs, and different, like I said, different lettuces and cabbages. Nowadays they have ornamental cabbage, and I put edible cabbage.
there's so much more nutrient dense if you're growing it and it's not being shipped for miles and miles. And also if you're, like when I teach people, if they're getting their food gardens going, you're amending your soils. You're starting with that base and ensuring you've got a healthy soil. So you're getting much more nutrients in your food. And I know that was, again, I wanted the best for my family. I want to ensure they're getting what they need.
Yeah.
And you can grow so many like different varieties that you can't get in the store. And I found out, I just read the other day that, like tomatoes and stuff like that, they grow them so that they're meant to last longer on the shelf. That's how they're bred. And it actually takes out some of the nutrients, or they want them more luscious and like watery and just like a bigger fruit. And again, it's like it's watering it down. But some of those heirloom ones, and they are so delicate but flavorful.
That's what I was going to say. They water down and then they're mealy and then they don't have any flavor. And you know what? When you grow your own, my husband grew up in the city and in New Jersey, and he didn't grow up with a lot of the fresh fruits and vegetables that I grew up with, even though we lived outside of Washington, D.C. My mom took every inch that she could to garden. And of course, Italian, he loved tomato sauce, but he did not like fresh tomatoes in a salad until we first got married and I started a garden. And he's like, oh, and I made him do all the digging, but we had to start it from because it was, a grass patch that I turned into a garden. And when I brought the first tomatoes in from the garden and I made them, I was like, you're going to try one of my tomatoes. And he's like, these aren't like the tomatoes I've ever had. And I'm like, yeah, because these are grown in the yard. There's such a difference in the flavor when you grow it yourself. Absolutely. And get the heirloom seeds and pay attention, people. I'm going to point out something about seeds. Go buy organic seeds and make sure, do you know that they spray the insides of the packaging? And it says it, if you read the little print on the back, unless it's an organic, make sure it says organic and it's not, the packaging isn't treated, because that's where they get you. They're going to, if they're not giving you genetically modified seeds or seeds that were grown from a pesticided plant, they're spraying the inside of the package. So it's really pay attention to where you get your seeds. And you can always, the little bit harder way, you go buy an organic piece of fruit or vegetable and take the seeds out of it and use those, explain the process. If somebody wants to take seeds from a plant or a piece of fruit or let's say a vegetable, like a tomato, you go buy a good flavorful organic tomato. Do you have to dry them out? You wash them off? Explain the process of getting your own seeds.
If you save your own seeds, they become like acclimatized to your area. And they start to know, like the seeds start to know, okay, like this is a little bit shorter, and they'll produce better for you too. But one kind of hack I did for the tomato seeds, they were saying that, you take out and you make like a little slurry and it goes a little bit kind of moldy, and then you pull that off. You pull that off and then you dry your seeds out. But I just take the seeds right out of the tomato, put them on a paper towel and like spread them out, and then the juice, the paper towel just absorbs all that extra juices, and you've got your seeds there, and I fold that up and put it away in my cold cellar for the next season, and they're just fine. And it's so simple and easy to do. And I just take the paper towel, I write the name of what plant it was from, spread out the seeds, and they're good to go.
Of course, then there's the fruits and the vegetables that are the easy seeds, like your squashes and your pumpkins and things like that, because they are big, giant seeds. They're easy to wipe off and put in paper towel. And I just let them dry out and I put them in a bag and they're ready to go for the next season. So good stuff.
And then there's seed exchanges too.
Really?
You've never been to a seed exchange?
Oh, I never heard of that.
And that's a great way to find out, meet some of your fellow growers and everybody.
Where do you find that? What do you look? You look up seed exchanges
in your area. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And they'll have them, and often like people will like just set them out on the table, and you bring yours in and you take away what you want. And then I found like the plant exchanges. And if there isn't one happening, get one happening. We've got one in our little town through the library.
I was just going to say, two people are just commenting that don't libraries do these, and someone else's library does. So that's pretty cool. That is cool. I guess you could put a little thing on Facebook Marketplace, or sometimes find something like that, maybe even, or in a local page. Just say, anybody want to trade seeds? That's a good idea.
I know, like I used to trade seeds all over the world, but they really tightened down for exchanging seeds over the border, and that, like community gardens.
Mm-hmm.
That's a wonderful way for bringing community together, and you can easily start one up. Just get a few of the neighbors, and if there's an empty plot somewhere, that you can get something started there, and that's really great for bringing communities together, and you're out there working in the soil, and it's just a wonderful opportunity to start up some conversations and share some of that garden goodness.
That's, we were just talking to Dr. J about volunteering. What a cool thing to do, to get involved in a community garden where you could do it as a volunteer thing, help people have food. I've seen these things where they'll go into, like, say some, neighborhoods that need some help and just start planting stuff for the community to help themselves too. And what a cool thing to be able to have a little relaxation gardening, be able to teach it to other people, it's a way of giving back. Like this is kind of pulling two things together here, and something that you can do together with your family. And again, these are ideas and thoughts and plans that you can all talk about at the table. You can decide what you're going to plant in the garden this year. After dinner, you can pull out some pieces of paper and design the garden. We're going to plant this here and plant this there, and something that the kids can draw it out and figure things out. I think that's a beautiful idea. And then, of course, just the idea of giving the kids, for example, say, what new vegetable should we try this year, to put it together. You can make a game of it. Everybody can throw some ideas in a jar and pick one out. This is going to be, who's going to be the happy vegetable this year, or the new one for the garden. There's ways to do this to make it, again, another thing to bring family together, another thing to bring family to the table. It's really beautiful.
And
so,
with that,
a book. Didn't you write a book?
Yes, but I just wanted to add in that too. When you're picking out the different plants you want to grow, also pick out some different recipes.
Yeah,
for those plants that you would like to try out. So
there you go.
Yeah, I do have the Gardening with Kids playbook, which gives you like the step-by-step, and the first part, it's like giving your kids some early successes, because there's nothing worse than you try something in the garden, it doesn't work out, and it's kind of like, I'm not going to do that again. And
Yeah.
you can give them some early successes and hopefully make lifelong gardeners. So that's my gift to the audience, is the Gardening with Kids playbook. And it's got like the step by step. There's even some garden recipes in there.
Awesome.
All that garden goodness.
You know, we had an exchange student in the States with us last year from Italy. And I introduced him to spaghetti squash because, you know, we're Italian, we do, but every once in a while I want a vegetarian meal or something. And I love making the spaghetti squash. Actually, I shouldn't say it was vegetarian because I made spaghetti squash bolognese. So that was with the meat sauce. But boy, he thought it was the coolest thing to, you know, cut the spaghetti squash in half. We roasted them in the oven and then, you know, to do it, and we ate it in the shell. So that was like a cool thing. And the kids think that's really neat. Wow, you're eating it in its own bowl, you know? So I found seeds here in Italy for him. And we're gonna grow some spaghetti squash here because it's not a thing here.
All right. All right.
A lot of the squashes that we grew up with in the States, the pumpkins and the squashes that we eat a lot of, it's not a whole lot. There's one kind of pumpkin that they use, the zucca. Everything is zucca. Squashes, all the winter squashes, pumpkins are all zucca. So anyway, it's fun, but I'm teaching them a few recipes over here, and it's a good time. So, and it is fun sharing the recipes from the things that you've grown, that you've made, and then you make it for somebody and you give it away, the finished, you can give away the seeds, you can give away the plants, you can give away the fruits and vegetables, and then you can give away the cooked, the product you made out of that vegetable. There's so many opportunities here.
Share recipes and and also another thing, if you've got like an abundance of something and you can call together the neighbors and having like a canning party or where you make up your spaghetti sauces and you can some tomatoes or something and do it as a party, make a party out of it. And
all my family and friends who can tomatoes at the end of the year, it's always it's a get together. Everybody's helping, you know, there's food and drink for everybody, and who's stirring, who's pouring, who's doing this and that. You know, when you're talking about fruits and vegetables and things that are a success, like make sure that you have plant a couple different things, so at least something will take. But I'll tell you one thing I've never had a problem with: zucchini. Zucchini grows like a weed. And I'll never forget the one year when we first moved to New Jersey and I had this new big garden again. And it was a bumper crop of zucchini. I had zucchini coming out of my ears. I had so much zucchini. I was giving it away. I was creating new recipes. But I'll tell you what, man, we never forgot that crazy zucchini year that we had so many zucchini. And but it was fun. It's a good time.
Yeah, and that would be my wish, that people can create their gardens and experience that abundance. So lots to share, lots to bring to the family food table, and lots to pass on through the neighborhood.
Absolutely. Well, I'm excited. Thank you so much for your gift to everybody. And anything else that you have to offer? Anybody ever wants some information about gardening? What else do you do?
Well, I've got my gardening programs. I'm big on getting kids gardening and giving them that life skill. So Got Dirt, Gardening for Kids, find that. And my Roots to Learning Academic Lessons Within Gardening, and find it at thegardeninggrandma.com.
And this is all on, do you do these all online?
Those ones are virtual. There is evergreen version, and then there's ones with live meetups with the Gardening Grandma.
See, so if any of you who are wanting to garden and wanting to get your family to garden, thegardeninggrandma.com. If you just go to thegardeninggrandma.com, you will find everything else that Patrice has to offer, and she is awesome. So,
and I do have that VIP gift of the Get Your Garden Growing Challenge Pack. So that's for people that want to get their gardens going, and it deals with the 3 P's of gardening: you're planning, preparing, and planting.
And then there's a C at the end, cooking. That's when you call me. Okay. Wonderful. Patrice, thank you so much. This was fantastic. I hope some of you all were motivated to have a garden, to share it with your family, to bring some good food to your table. And if you need help with it, I got the gal for you right here. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I love it. So I think, oh, real quick, I know Patrice is still here, but if anybody had another question, and you know what, I'm going to lock the doors at zucchini season. No kidding. And yes, stuffed zucchini for days. That was my recipe that I created the crazy zucchini year, because my stuffed zucchini is different than other people. I didn't stuff it with meat. I stuffed it with unstuffed it and then restuffed it with zucchini and onions, which the first time I made it, I did the raw onions and they were just too raw. They didn't cook good enough. So you got to saute the onions first and then mix it in, and it adds this nice sweetness to the zucchini. So you got the zucchini and the onions, and I put two different kind of cheeses in it and then some breadcrumbs, and I put it in the oven and it roasts on top. And if I don't make it for every holiday, my kids revolt. And I did see something back here I did want to address really quickly, because somebody wrote, and I think it was, let me find it. Oh, where did it go? Well, anyway, it was Robert. There it is. He made burnout clients when they showed up at his center in Italy to help get unburned out. Daily work in the garden. It is really relaxing. Like, my mother to this day is in her garden almost daily. She loves just being out there puttering around, but she has like a neon green thumb. She was on here earlier, but I don't think she's here now, but she can make anything grow just by looking at it. And I'm pretty good, but it is a passion. And I think it's what keeps her going on the daily. She loves her flowers and she loves her fruits and vegetables. And she's always got something good on the table. I will say, I'm going to tell a little story really quick about that table that should be like, I tell kids I got to eat the rainbow. Oh, here she comes. My mom just got back in. When I was, had my kids and they were younger, and I had just had my fifth son, and I had this really, really nice couple that lived next door, older couple, very nice, but they were in their 70s, and they every day were going to and from the doctor, to and from the pharmacy. They always had little bags from the pharmacy that they walking into who walked with a cane. She had a couple of strokes. She had breast cancer, and I think they both had diabetes. He'd had heart attacks, and he had cancer as well. And so they were about 10 years younger than my grandparents at the time. My grandparents, 10 years older, were fine, like nothing. So when I had my fifth son, my next door neighbor, she brings a box over. She very carefully walks over so she doesn't fall, because she was kind of wobbly. And she brings me a box of food. She made us a dinner. And I was like, oh, that is so sweet. Thank you so much. And so she left. We brought the food in, and I opened it up. And to this day, it breaks my heart, but I threw most of it away. We called it the white meal. There was not one single color in that meal. It was, I don't know, some kind of pasta, little elbow pasta with like I don't know, it looked like mayonnaise. And to me, that's like, nah. But anyway, it was nothing. There was banana bread made at the church bazaar. We ate the banana bread, and I made something else real quick. But the thing was, my grandparents, when my grandfather, who grew his garden, crazy garden, their table was always full of color. There was, zucchini, and there was eggplant, and there was tomatoes, and there was string beans, and there was, you name it, it was all different colors on the table. And it was literally like, like almost looking like a black and white movie versus a color, Technicolor movie, like when the Wizard of Oz starts black and white and goes into color, that was the extreme difference. And that's what I realized, that, unfortunately, and also I got to say, they were just the two of them. They had kids that very rarely came to visit. And so they lived a very solitude life. So I think a combination of the whole Rosetto effect, it wasn't good food that they ate, because I figured, well, this is the way they eat all the time. And it was typical of their meals, as well as loneliness. And my grandparents were really social. My grandfather drove my grandmother everywhere. She talked to everybody at 3 different grocery stores. She'd go see the grandchildren and all the kids and everybody. And my grandparents lived until they died. They lived until they died. And this couple, as sweet and kind and loving as they were dying for 20 years before they died. And so that to me, brings the importance of the nutrition, of the nice bright colors on your table, the fruits and vegetables and all the good foods that we eat, as well as the company that is in front of us. My grandparents, yes, they lived just the two of them alone, but somebody was always passing by their house. They were always going to somebody's house. They had a very social life. And so, those are the things that keep us going. Our social lives. There you go. Social as well as dietary stimulation. Thank you, Dr. Ashley. So it's so true. It is absolutely true. And so I made that decision a long time ago, and my kids were, really, I think they were 5 and under at the time. And it's like, I want to live till I die, and my grandmother literally lived, and then she went to bed, and that was that. No, until the end, she was fine, and my grandfather, had 1 year that wasn't so great, but it was 1 year out of his whole life that wasn't great. He had a stroke at the end, but it does make a difference. It does make a difference. So make sure you keep people in your life, and make sure you put good food on your table, because the good food on the table brings the people. Trust me, it does. So, definitely think about it. And the gardening gives you the stuff that, that to put on the table. So there you go. So,
and Dr. J is being very resourceful. She says she's going to share this link with organizations that she collaborates with. We are taking some of our gardening donations to help open a community garden at school. Yay, this is a great tool.
That's awesome. Where is that? Did she write?
It's a little under what?
Wow, that's great. This is exciting. I love when we can all come together and we're doing things that is good for everybody, and we can all take pieces of it and help each other and share. This is community right here. We are using online right now to help us get offline. Okay, we can't spend our lives in front of a TV and a computer and a phone. Put the phones away, get away from the computer, and get out there and work in your garden. Get out there and volunteer. Get out and do things that are good for other people, because it's also good for you. And you know what? What's good for you is good for them, and what's good for them is good for you. And like Dr. J said earlier, you do have to take care of yourself before you can take care of other people. That's not being selfish. It's being smart. Okay. Just like they say, now I'm on a plane all the time going back and forth to see my kids and all this kind of stuff. And what do they say on a plane? Put your oxygen on first and then help the person next to you. Because if you're helping them put it on and it's not all the way on them and you pass out in the meantime, what good are you? So put your oxygen on, take care of you so that you can take care of others. Okay. It's really important, really important. What great conversations these are today. I'm really excited. So we are just a couple minutes ahead of time, but we're doing pretty good. I'm really proud of us. Aren't we all proud? Anybody, tell me if you're liking this, please put some hearts in the chat. Let me see if you're liking what we're doing. Send some hearts in the chat. Let's see. Yes, no. If you don't like it, tell me that too. Oh, fire. That's even better. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Some hearts. So, let's take a minute, and I'm gonna, just as we were just talking when I said, let's focus and put things away. Let's talk about phones at the table just for a minute. I joke around and say that I have a rule that yes, you can very quickly, you've got a minute, you can take a picture of the food and put it on social because it's my whole being. So my kids are allowed to do that. But then the foods, these got to go off the table, not even upside down, not in the pocket, because in the pocket, they can feel it vibrate. In the purse, they can see it down in the purse on the floor. They can see it light up. Put it away. Put it in the other room. Do something different. try something different. Not everybody thinks that we can do, oh, I'm good enough, I can just turn it over, or I'm good enough, I can just put it here. Let's all like, if we're all on here, let's make a vow to try. You know, I know it's hard. I know it's hard. I know it's hard for me even. Okay, because this thing is my life. I've got 6 kids. I'm like, oh gosh, what if one of them calls me? Every time they call, I answer because I'm like, is everything okay? You know how it is when you're a mom. Every time the kids call, is everything okay? You know? And you know, one night recently, my daughter called me at 1:30 in the morning here. And I'm like, she knows the hour, the time change. And I freaked out for a minute. I'm like, is everything okay? You know, so everything's fine, Mom. I just happened to be up and I thought you're probably up because you're usually up. And I'm like, okay, that's all right. So, but let's really try, because you know what? Do you remember when we had phones that weren't attached to our hip? We had to, you know, there was, you know, what would we do during dinner? Take it off the hook and just let it sit, you know, or just, well, we'll answer it after dinner, you know? So real phone, right? There you go. Patrice has a real phone. So let's really try as a community of however many people are on here. Let's try going forward. So who's with me? Give me a thumbs up if you think you can try to get the phone off the table from now on. All right, so I want to see some thumbs. Thumbs. Yes, okay. I got a couple. That's a start. Yes, good. Good. So anyway, our next speaker, this is Richard Morden, and he is one cool dude.
I'll take it.
I love that clock behind you. That's really cool. Are you sweeping time away?
That's a modality I've co-created
Time
with a
sweeps.
partner.
I said that. I was just going by the picture. Now I'm seeing time sweeps. Cool. So why don't you tell us in your words, because you're so much better at it than me, all about what you do, because you do a lot of things that help people.
So trying to think of my background, what makes me different than my family, because my topic is, you know, no more shame games. And you look at how we were raised in a sense where parents have tried, I would say, attempted to be strict and form good kids, but it became with the heavy hand, you know, the condemnations and stuff like that. So I'm the youngest of 6, born in 1957. So I just turned 68 yesterday. Youngest of 6. So watching our family dynamics and a sense of how we were raised, and again, heavy-handedness where we didn't have we ate at dinner, but I found like years later we weren't allowed to talk at the table. Dad didn't want to hear our voice, you know. Yeah. So I asked my sister back some years back, so why was I getting whacked in the head? She goes, weren't supposed to talk. Well, they could have told me, but you got the knuckles, right? But again, so you didn't have the connection at the table, other than we had good food. We had the garden, like I said, we were pulled stuff out of our garden, hoed and stuff like that. But he didn't have the safety feeling at the dinner table. So again, why was I different? Because my siblings were all, they all struggled. They all passed away. There was alcoholism in there, drugs, suicide, stuff like that. So it didn't give them a foundation. I'm looking back, why was I different? Because even though working for my dad at home, you knew everything you did wrong, nothing you did right. Mm-hmm. You know, that structure of that. But when I went to the neighbors, I worked for them. I knew everything I did right, and I was welcome at their table. Different dynamic. So you're at the table, you're polite, we had good manners, good appetite, farm kid. They give you extra helpings, they ask you questions. So you had to, and it was just these last few years I've unpacked is why. But that showed me the difference. So when I worked for other people treated me like gold, because I was a good, hardworking kid, like I mind my manners, I worked, you know, very independently, and I was always well treated for that. You know, so that difference of life, of connectivity, that support that people would, you know, and again, especially being a responsible person. I mean, I learned good values. I learned responsibility, accountability, honesty. Mom taught me how to be kind. Those are pillars that have given me a fantastic life, but it didn't feel good on the inside of us. So my exterior world was always very valid, very strong, how people engage with me. And I laugh because I could never get away with stuff. So I was always honest. If I broke something, I'd go to boss, I messed this up. Okay, I did it. Nobody gave me a hard time. So it just showed me of my exterior process was being responsible for my world and how I engage the world. Again, my siblings somehow didn't have that.
Do you think that being really close with that family next door that was why you did, because obviously maybe you had that and your siblings didn't, so you had an example of something different?
I had a tidbit of it. Yes, I did, because and other families, I'll show the family that really turned the corner for me. And again, long story short, I'm a guy of six, watched the Kea family, watched my mom's long-term death of suicide in last year, a month in a hospital bed, or last 9 months. So I had all these dynamics that weren't very positive. But again, working for that, and the family I was working for about 1978, about the same time my mom died, took me under their wing. Now, I was working for a couple named Glenn and Sheila. Sheila's parents knew my parents, and I went to school with some of her siblings. So they brought me in after my mom died, some months after. They were there at the funeral, stuff like that. And I didn't understand quite why, but they said, would you like to come to our house for Christmas? Well, he had so many kids, so it was a haul. And it was my first experience to actually see what I call celebration. You know, again, not something we experienced. There's different times we didn't even have Christmas. There wasn't the money for it. So you had this kind of suppression in there, but this exterior world of family that really opened my eyes. And again, like a hungry, I think I heard they said we have food. Well, you're 21 years old, you eat like a horse. But seeing the celebration of that, watching the people unpacking gifts and watching Grandpa hand out gifts and watching this joy, I so connect with that. But again, I received them. There's a difference here, because so many people get part of really good families, and it happens in a lot of quality of lives, but one partner never allows himself to really become part of the family. I walked in with open arms, and they with open arms received me. And again, they knew what I didn't have. And I found this out decades later, but it became my guiding light of the celebration and how he treated his wife and how the children responded. And I said, I can do that because I found a model. And I found a model of behavior. So again, there was receptivity because I went to school some, and there was no questions asked. When I told the kids that we're bringing Richard in, everybody said, fine. So there wasn't any levels of judgment. It was unconditional acceptance and love. And I think that gave me a huge foundation going into my workforce, into a factory job, away from working literally by myself for years. And into a job where I was suddenly working with all these people, and I got involved in committees. And I'll back up one step. All along, there's been guidance in my life that higher guidance that I followed, not consciously, but there's been a guiding hand to steer me. And I accepted the challenges that were put in front of me to take on these roles, take on these committees, and start being more public with myself and speaking and doing things like that. But so it gave me, again, the exterior world, but I still carried that burden, that heaviness of my youth. There was intense anger, growing up. So fortunately for me, I married later. I married at 36 and had kids there. 10 years earlier, I would not have been the same father. At 36, I had some sense of stability and awareness, and much more ability to navigate through the emotional journeys of being married and having children. And I'm really sort of proud of myself of how I worked with my children. I didn't want to use the shame stuff. I didn't want to use the heavy-handed sort of attitude, because we all know what shame does. It invades you like a virus. It causes huge patterns of avoidance. It stops you from having what I call, we think the intimacy with yourself and your partner, not the sexual part, but the part of opening with your heart, the part of being vulnerable. And so much of that we have, it's put upon us in cultures. And I mean, Summer and I have talked about this long with family environments and cultural environments, how all these rules are put in place. And it so much smothers you that you don't even know who you are, how to express yourself, because there are all these rules are saying you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do that. So you're paralyzed.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Yeah.
And it does a number on you. So you really do need to, you try as hard as you can to change things for your own kids when you've lived through something in your own life, and you hope that you do better, and the thing is, we've been sitting here talking about the importance of the table and how important it is in our physical health and our mental health. And it's really something that, we can take it both ways. It can make or break you. And so, yes, I talk about coming to the table, but these are important lessons that we need to learn, that we need to remember that, for example, if you have an issue that, you want to scold or discipline or something your kid, do it before or after dinner, but don't do it during dinner. Dinner needs to be a safe haven. The table needs to be that place where we're not making them afraid to talk to us. So that is something, it needs to be that place, just like what Coach M was saying yesterday about talking to your teams, you know, and everybody who's been talking about communication. You know, there needs to be, you need to have the right time and the right place for each conversation. And, you know, discipline doesn't mean shame, right? Because there's always going to be a need to discipline our kids. You know, we all have done something in our lives that when we were a kid that needed discipline, you know. But there's that time and that play. I mean, I was a goody two shoes and I still got in trouble, you know. So, you know, there's a right way to do it. And again, the table is not necessarily the place to do it. The table should be that place where good conversation is held, place of comfort, of celebration, because the meal should always be a celebration that, you know what, and a gratitude moment. We're lucky that we've got some food on our table. You know, so these are important things to know. But, you know, I also felt that it was important to have somebody like Richard come here and say, you know, tell us about the opposite side of things, that if we don't take our time and think about how we're parenting, or just whether you're parenting or whether you're having a conversation with another adult or someone that works for you or with you or who you work for, again, you know, stop, think what you're doing and what you're putting out there, because it reflects on you and it also can make or break them. So it's really important. So thank you for that information. So what else you got for me here?
well, again, unconsciously, as things, you know, moved into my career at Honda and became, you know, involved in committees, I had a broader perspective of people to connect with and watch and stuff like, and dialogue. But also, it gave me ponder when my own kids were doing some things, right? Because again, I knew what I didn't want to do. You know, and so it wasn't so much revolting value, but I also had an audience with the Sheridan family, how they gave me that. So how do I navigate circumstance? I mean, a couple of incidents with my kids. One, and we were fortunate. We had the dinner table as a safety measure and it wasn't by real design, because it just was there. We, you know, when you meet, we had meals, we had, you know, family gatherings, we had birthday parties. So the dinner table was always a safe place. You know, so whatever was going on, like the homework, the kids, they were home, they were put on there. The mother at the time said, do your homework before supper. So there was discipline in that. But one example of my son in school, I guess he had a bad report card. So his mother flipped on him and said, you know, what were you thinking? And I knew in that instant he closed the door. You know, and she went on this condemnation and blah, blah, blah. And then she said, you have to say something. And I'm like, yeah, okay, give me time. So I spent 2 days going, how do I manage this? Because I knew what I wanted to address. And it finally hit me. I sat in his bed one time and said, you got a minute? He said, sure. So I said, your mother and I work at jobs. We have what we call performance reports. We are both required to fill this out each year on what what our goals are, what our education processes are, things we have to attain. At the end of the year, we're graded on those, and that's where we get a raise on. If we don't do well, we don't get a raise. If we did poorly each time, we might lose our job. So our job, no sports, So it's something like this in our life is we're going to face this no matter all parts of our life. I said, whatever you do, you're going to have to set goals for yourself. And I said, makes sense? He said, sure. So it was an objective observation, but I felt good about myself because he took it well. He went, okay, I understand. And, you know, so moved on his life. I mean, he lives here in Mexico. He has his own business. So but I felt good that I didn't come away heavy. You know, and I was able to make a point of something that made sense, that was connecting to it. You know, and an example of my daughter my son and I were always the early birds. My daughter was the last minute kid. You know, no matter what you did, she was coming up there last minute. So her mother trying to take her to school was always the heaviness in the morning, like, come on, you know. She had her path, she had her motion. So one day I was taking her to school. So I just sat at the kitchen table, waited for her to come down. And then she eventually got the door. So I said, okay. So normally when someone's late, you're trying to drive faster to get them there because you're trying to make up for something. And I got in the car and I drove at school 10 miles an hour with the flashes on. And she's like, we're going to be late. I'm just setting the pace, dear. So it took us about another 5 minutes to get to school on same thing, 10 miles an hour. And she could see, I look in the mirror, and I finally got to school and the bell was ringing. She was out and she was running to the class. But I just made and it got the point across. because, you know, no words were going to, and it wasn't like out of defiance, it just wasn't her language, you know, how we connect with the kids. So she understood that. And from then on, she's been better. And again, fortunately, for me, whatever example I set, you know, with these kids, I mean, they are travelers, they're explorers, you know, and so if they have this invigoration of life, but each kid has their own language. We talked about communication. You know, we grew up with the one, you know, the back of the hand was one thing, but each kid, when you give it a direction, is going to take it differently. So what does each kid require from us as the adults who have the flexibility and the knowledge to say, that's not sinking in. What do I say that's going to land for them? You know, because especially in the houses, like for cleanup, you know, you could say there's a plate on the table, the kids walking by, and they're looking at you, and you're thinking they're being ignorant, but you didn't tell them to pick it up. You just identified the plate, but we're assuming that they should understand that. So giving directions and something to how each of them receive it, it takes, you know, our awareness, but also we understand what do they require to have this ability to form for tasks that we would like them to do. So I mean, we did a good job with our kids, my late wife and I, but we didn't do a good job with them cleaning their rooms. Things like that, you know, but the behavior outside that was good. And one of my bosses I was mentioned to, he said, Rich, if that's all you got to worry about, you got nothing. If there's schoolwork's done in there, and we were lucky because we were involved with them continuously. We worked shift work, so I was there from the firstborn through the diapers, the first poops in the evening. So, and we had a park nearby. So I spent a lot of time playing with the kids because I was experiencing a childhood I didn't have. So I was a kid running through the bars, and I was probably the only dad actually who played with the kids continuously because I was having a blast. And so we had that connectivity, we had that support, and then we had, you know, sports and things like that. But we didn't, when we had the sports, we didn't make it, or we did some trips, we didn't make it look like we're sacrificing for them. You know, we said we're doing this together as a family, you know, and we, you know, understand some cost, but it wasn't put out there as a heavy. It was said like, this is what we have to manage ourselves, time and money wise. Even going to Disney, we never said, you know, we worked hard and sacrificed us. No, that language was never expressed to our children.
Yeah.
We were going to Disney because I wanted to go to Disney, you know, and my wife wanted to go to Disney at the time. So we were going as a family. So we didn't put things out there as we're doing this, but because we're making this, there's a sacrifice at the other side of it. Because often that's where the shame comes from. Because, you know, you guys better have a good experience or behave yourself because we've put ourselves really out for this. That was not our language, not consciously. I look back now. Why did we have? Because we did a lot of stuff. We were amusement park junkies. Those were our family photos, going down rides, stuff like that. Because we all loved these experiences. So we'd go to the zoos and stuff like that. So I look back. We didn't really hold any leverage over their head for these experiences, but they responded in kind that they were, when they got old enough to go out, we gave them booze. We know they're going to drink. We had pickup times. They were always there. We never shamed them. I said to my son, even some years later, I said, if you guys need to arrive in the bar, call me, I'll pick you up. The naivety to think of our child's not going to do what we did. You know, that we were drinking, I did my drinking, I did my share of drugs and all that stuff. The naivety to think that they're not going to do the same is I don't know what to say. I'm trying not to swear.
I
But
told
it's-
my kids the same thing. I remember there was a couple who used to come to my parents' restaurant, and I learned this from them. They told me that they told their sons growing up that, you know what, it doesn't matter what time it is.
Yeah.
If you can't drive or the person you're riding with can't drive, you call us, we will come and get you. And, you know, because the reality of it is, you know, high school kids, college kids are going to do stupid things. They're going to try. It's what they do. The thing was, they said their kids never disappointed them. They never called them because they never put themselves in that situation because they didn't want to put their parents out. So it gave them, you know, when you give trust, you get it, you know, they become more trustworthy. And so, you know, we told our kids the same thing. And I said, you know what, you're going to do stuff, and you know what ended up happening? My kids were always the designated drivers because they were the ones that didn't abuse it. My daughter was always the one taking care of her friends. She called herself the ponytail holder. I said, what's that? She goes, I'm the one that's holding their ponytails while they're drunk and throwing up and I'm okay. You know, because she was always the one taking care of it. My kids are all caregivers, you know, and but they learned it because we didn't make it the forbidden fruit. Of course, being an Italian family, they got a sip of wine at dinner. They got just like my dad did with us. So, it was never the forbidden fruit in my house. So therefore I never really drank, and I still not much of a drinker, but, it was, my half a glass of wine is my thing. And that's about it at dinner time. And, but we never, again, like you're saying, you don't shame them for that, because it's kind of some of these things that they're going to test out, whether it's alcohol or whether it's just staying out too late. Because, you said be home by 11, and they're going to push limits and come home at 11:15. That, no matter what, kids, I think part of growing up is breaking rules, is pushing limits, is learning what you can get away with, what you can do, what you should do. And so if we give them that out, then, it's another thing. My kids even asked me, which was great. They go, listen, if I want to get out of a situation or I want to leave the party, can I text you and you can call me? So say like that way you tell me I have to come home and I got to say, Mom said I got to go home. So that way they could not have to say it themselves, So when they trust you and they know that they can count on you, that's a great feeling, both sides.
Again, having that honesty with ourselves, that, knowing what they're going to do and going to try. And even my son told me about his minor drug experience. And I said, how was it? He said, not my thing. And I had the same. I watched my siblings that were offside, like they're insane in what they were doing. So I knew that wasn't my path, because I didn't need that, but I wanted to test it enough. And I said, okay, I understand what this is like, but again, not my path.
Mhm.
I didn't like losing control. And so I chose, even with the anger, I chose to go to the gym and work out. I had, limited money. So I chose to eat well and work out. And that way it helped me, gave me something control, something that was functional and foundational in my life, and instead of being dysfunctional. But it also, I guess for some reason, I always wanted to push my boundaries, that went out and did things. I'm a self-validator in a sense. I don't really worry about what the outside world is doing. I choose for myself. And somebody said to me one time, you don't ask people if you're going to do something. I said, why would you? Why would I? They're not doing it. I am. So when I wanted to go skydiving, I went skydiving. When I wanted to go to karate, I found a karate club and walked in the door. When I wanted to fly, even after my first wife passed 2013, I did quite a bit of traveling. Kids were going to school and they were on their own. So I was doing all kinds of things, jumping, having experiences. I think that's where they got the travel bug. I created experiences for myself. And I think that's the biggest thing we fail to do, is create experiences.
Yeah.
What and who do we become through this experience? I mean, going to an energy retreat in California, it had no soul, but it sounded good. Volunteered when I got there, made incredible friends that I still have to this day, because I went and I connected.
I mean, some of our best conversations at our table are the memories we have from the trips that we've taken as a family. We, one year, the kids were between 3 and 13, and it was actually after 9/11. We had been here in Italy that summer of 2001, and we swore we were going to come back every year now. And then, of course, after 9/11, I was afraid to fly for 2 years. But 2004, I'm like, I got to get back to Italy. And my grandmother was, in her 90s, and I wanted to get back here. So I came up with this idea that I said, let's take Air France. They hate us too. Nobody's going to bomb their planes. And that was what got me. Okay, I know it's crazy rationalization, but it got me on a plane. Anyway, but then we had just, these are experiences. We had just read the Da Vinci Code, both of us, me and my husband. And I'm like, you know what? We're going to fly through Paris. Why don't we stay in Paris a couple days? Let's go to the Louvre. Let's go see the Mona Lisa. Let's go do a couple things. And so we did. And what we ended up doing was renting a van, and we drove from Paris down to southern Italy. I thought I was saving money, I think, but then by the time we could have made it there in like a day and a half, kind of like driving from, DC to Florida kind of thing, like we all had done. But we took like 3-4 days because we were having so much fun on the road. We're stopping here. We stopped at a park on this side, and there's Mont Blanc in the background. And then we stopped on the other side. Hey, over here, it's Monte Bianco. It's Italian now. And we just had the best time on the road. We stopped. There's a castle. And we stopped in this Italian town up in the northern Italy and went to some pizzeria, and they saw us with these 6 kids, and they're like, these are all yours. And like, well, yeah, they're all ours. We had everything that we did along that trip. The kids remember, and we still talk about it. Even though they were younger, it's an indelible memory to them. And so, these are wonderful, wonderful experiences. Traveling as something that all my kids love doing. But it is something that we all get together and talk about. So it is pretty cool. I love it. I'm glad you got that. You gave your kids that same bug. Although sometimes I wish I didn't give them that bug because they're all over the place. I mean, I want them, I want them at my table right now, but they're all sowing their oats, and I think eventually we'll all be near each other again. So that's good.
I guess unconsciously I look at life as temporary. So be where you are, be with who you can, love when you can. And for me, not hearing the words "I love you" other than my mom, I always made a point of whoever my partners, my wife, my children, always I say "I love you," because it wasn't something I heard without confirmation. I think I heard it from my dad once in a moment of weakness, and I'm probably the only one that ever heard it, and he wouldn't say it again. So having that expression, but again, giving the travel bug. I remember my son, 2019, he announced he was going to Thailand because he was taking Muay Thai. And I had 30 seconds and I thought, no, this is what I want him to do. I want him to go. So he off he went, had a fantastic experience. So my daughter announced after her university, year after, she said, I'm going to go to Australia for a year. I said, okay, she's 5'2", 110 pounds, but they had a previous trips. In high school, they'd gone to Greece for 10 days through their Latin club. So she had some experiences, but the point I want to make about going to Australia, and I had no fear because this is her path. I didn't think, oh my God, what's going to happen? I said, what? I said, great. I said, I questioned, would you go if your mom was alive? And she said, no. Would you go if your grandmother was alive? She said, no, because often with this, we live with obligations of others. We live the projection of us. So those two people who she loved dearly were wonderful people in our lives are gone, and now she's free to have her own life. And I said, have a great trip when you go, and I'll take you to the airport. So she was gone for about 14 months, and she's been to Japan and different places like that. But so we put these shame obligations sometimes on that. Because I want, and I mean, it means well, but you need to be within 2 hours of me, and we're going to do this every weekend. But sometimes, what expression are we not allowing them to have? And I mean that with love and respect to many, many good families, but again, I told my kids even earlier on, I said, I had wonderful in-laws. I said, I'm not like grandma and grandpa. I said, even back in 2014, I was a year after the mom had passed, I said, I don't know where I'm going to be, but I'm going to be going somewhere, so that I was creating a life for myself. But in that personal work too, what I talk with people, I changed the dynamic of who I was inside to attract somebody different. And I wrote that relationship out on paper. So we met in 2016, we got together in 2017, and here we are in Mexico. So we have been on the road since 2020, traveling steady since then. And we just up in 22, we sold off what little we had and flew here with 4 suitcases, and that's all we have. We still travel, and we're looking at other countries as well to travel with. So it gives them my daughter say, where are you now? But again, it's having this experience is what I teach people in the sense of this whole journey is an inside job. It's not about what's out there in the world. It's who we become on the inside, and that expression of who we are. We came here to express, we came here to love, but we have to start with us first. And when I talk about the teaching, I teach no because those no's to this external stuff is yes to you. And those yeses become visceral little emotional drops in our inner worth. You can feel it because sometimes it's, have to start at small no's and it becomes how to feel when you finally said no to that person. And it's just like this sigh of relief, away from even the people feel shame for saying no through other dynamics. I won't go into what those all mean, but because say we're not allowed to. Yes, we are. Because, we have to learn to take care of ourselves, and that self-care is primary because my cup is full. And I did this unconsciously when the kid's mom passed 2013, had a brain aneurysm. I went into how do I take care of myself so I can be present with them. And I had found emotional freedom technique, and I found a huge path of self-care because I didn't want to be this grieving father. I wanted to be this loving father, but I had to love myself first. And that love is what I share with them because we don't realize this whole journey of getting through our own, I call it the blanket layers of stuff, is taking care of ourselves in the sense that we can accept ourselves, we can love ourselves, because that's what spreads to our children. It's what we carry on the inside, and that compassion we have, they pick up our, and I don't realize how much of examples I set, not intentionally, of how we lived our life, how we interacted with people. We weren't two-faced. You know, how we had conversations and had natural boundaries with people, and how it, so they naturally picked it up. We didn't try and set this shiny example, but we did what was how we felt was right for us. And I love to say I was conscious of all of it. None. My dad set a good example. He didn't put up with fools. If he didn't like you, he didn't talk to you. You know, so he didn't put up with these attitudes or hanging out with people that were a pain in the ass. And like people would have these kind of, you know, friends and, oh, we've been friends for years. I'm thinking that doesn't count if you're having that much struggle with them. Like that doesn't, you don't stick with things for life because you're supposed to.
Yeah.
You know, you're meant here to change. You're meant here to evolve. You're meant here to do other things. Move on.
Yep. You were being the person you wanted to be. And that's
Yeah.
what I was talking about. I was talking about that yesterday. You know, it's kind of hard. You know, we we think that things are hard, but you know what, if you focus on the kind of person you want to be, which oftentimes is the person that we wanted in our life, you know, you wanted the kind of father that you then became, you know, you
Yeah.
tried to be what you wanted to be, you know, what you wanted for yourself, you're going to give to them. And maybe there's going to be something else that they wanted that they're going to give to their kids and so on. We hopefully we're do better every time. You know, my husband and I talk about it all the time, you know, we definitely made our mistakes, you know. One thing I found really important with my kids was to learn how to apologize to them, because we're not all perfect. We're all learning and doing from the examples that we grew up with. And even if they weren't good and we didn't like them, sometimes those routines, those rituals, those habits that we grew up with, those phrases, those things that are just so ingrained in our brains that we use them without even thinking. And it's really hard to break that habit, you know? So, you know, it is a conscious effort, and you have to focus really hard on being the person, being the parent, being the friend, all that you want to be. And sometimes it's not easy, even though it's something you really want really bad, you know? So I'm going to tell people, give yourself some grace, and remember that saying you're sorry doesn't mean you're weak, and saying you're sorry doesn't mean you're completely wrong or a bad person or anything. It just shows that, yes, you're human, and even to your kids. So I remember one time when my kids were younger, and I had 5 boys in 6 years. Come on, tell me there wasn't some days I was yelling, okay? And sometimes it was just to be heard, because they're like making so much noise. And we had hardwood floors, so like everything was just loud. And so one day I was like kind of feeling it, and I'm like, you know, guys, you know, I explained to them, I was like, listen, I'm yelling at you because I care, you know, because I love you, and I just want you to make sure you hear what I'm saying, because it's important, you know. So one day I was in a bad mood, and I snapped at them, and I forget what it was about, but I yelled at them, and then a few minutes later I was like, guys, I'm really sorry, I'm just having a bad day. And my one son says to me, he goes, that's okay, Mom. We know that's because you love us. And I was like, yay, at least that message got through, you know? So, you know, they equated me yelling at them with me loving them. So, okay, if I have to make that mistake of yelling once in a while, at least they know I love them, you know, but you got to tell them these things, and you do have to be okay and apologize to them when you do the things that you fall back on accidentally, not on purpose, because you grew up that way. And, you know, you can't always be perfect. You know, it takes time, and it's a constant, you know, we don't just learn something new and then automatically the next day, that's the way we do it every day from now on. No, it's a constant effort, and you do it for a while, then it becomes subconscious, and then you kind of forget about it. And then you have to kind of redo, you know, you have to practice, you know, just like, I always compare it to professional athletes. They're the top of the top. They're the best of the best, right? Guess what? They still go to practice. We have to practice even the things that we're already good at, you know, because, you know, you have to continue to remind yourself that this is the move you got to make, whether it's on a field or in your kitchen table.
You mentioned habits. I think Napoleon Hill's quote, I remember him, he said, we don't create our life, we inherit our habits. And if we aren't conscious of how much they run our life, you know, and especially the habitual patterns of especially, you know, the shame and anger patterns. And the part of the point about shame too, because you made a mistake, and oh my God, but the condition is we made a mistake. When you look at the 4 stages of confidence, I'm a big fan of that, because you realize we're in one of those 4 stages from the moment we draw our first breath to our last breath. So it isn't so much we made mistakes, we're learning. We're learning how to navigate. When you said how do you take something, you have information, eventually a bit of practice becomes knowledge. Over time, we have experience, we have deeper knowledge. Through more time, we have wisdom and discernment because how that worked out. But you have to keep trying things, and it's not. We want to avoid mistakes. That should be shoved somewhere where the sun doesn't shine.
Yeah.
Because we can't, this is how we learn, for crying out loud. This is how we do, especially in relationships. I mean, how we say things. My wife and I are in a constant, not constant, but we just say, let me speak these words. I just want to sit and express this. So we frame it. So we're preparing. It's not personal. I'm not saying this at you. I just want to have these words come out of my mouth for a bit. So we're dialoguing about something, because we don't know how to set things up to have these discussions sometimes. Most families, Again, my first marriage, a lovely person, but also, people don't know, out of 20 years, she drank the last 15 every day. So I was engaging with that and understanding going through that. I mean, I took this as lessons because only one of us had the ability to change, and that was me. So I took it upon myself, and not by sacrifice, not to become better. I was moving away from the TV into other things. And I think the movie The Secret opened up my eyes too, because I watched that and I said, you create your life by the way you think. That's what I heard. And I thought, what the heck does that mean? So I did some reading. I kept digging by it's how I feel the way I think, what do I want to think? How do I want to feel about that in my life? How do I want to create my life? Understanding attraction.
Yeah.
So I had to, then again, the inside job. So I took, and unfortunately I said she passed away, but in that journey, it taught me how to love unconditionally.
Yeah.
And so I didn't focus on what was wrong with our life. I focused on what we could do. Again, not consciously. There's been somebody's been steering my nose all along here because I didn't go into the hysterics and anger stuff. I swore, even in my first marriage, I said, I will never swear at you. I will never call you names.
Yeah.
That I'll never have. I might raise my voice, but I'll never bring it because that's how I grew up with. And I thought that's not going to happen here. So in meeting my now wife, Angela, but even early on when she says, for me, she said, we have to stay in this conversation. Don't walk away. Because that's all the only thing I had. I didn't know how to express that. So when I can stay in the conversation, and that's the emotional part, that's the painful part. But one day we had one, and the energy just peeled away like layers. I was getting dizzy. Like there was so much energy we let go because we were being vulnerable with ourselves. And to have that space, and we can have that space at the dinner table and have these safe conversations no matter what's there, and it doesn't get used against you. It's not ammunition.
Yeah.
It's vulnerability. That's a huge code because some families do that. So it's what's here stays here, and allow us to have this expression and then thank each other for that time together. And it said, I think, again, dinner tables all around. I've been in San Diego at a retreat many years ago, open our dinner, and I watched people lean across tables that hadn't known each other, an hour before. Different parts of the world have conversation. It was the most magical moment. I'll never forget that.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, I really thank you for all of this. I mean, this is wonderful. So now you have this weekly webinar, the Listening Circle. Can you tell me real quick about that? It's
really about coming in for conversation, and it's about conversation, not declaration. And I bring up topics, like I said, shame and other topics to highlight some of the things that are the invisible barriers in our life, and how do we navigate through them so people can contribute and see their points of view. So it's just, again, there's no judgment there. So it's like, I'll back it up. One time when we were selling our house in Ontario in 2020, we had some potluck dinners. And I invited a bunch of people, and I sent out an email. I said, 3 things you're not allowed to talk about: sports, politics, and religion. Bring your food and bring your conversation. We had a fantastic time. So we're staying out of our opinions.
Yeah.
We want to hear what you feel, because even trying to think of David Hawkins' book, his second book, he calls the ego just a collection of opinions. So we're just trying to understand ourselves in more ways of, what does shame mean, or what does avoidance mean? Because again, we have these patterns of how do we do when we go into conflict? Do we fight? Do we want to respond in a sense of, or so you never say that to me again, or do we want to be open to the conversation and try and be willing to learn? I had an mentor, he's 87 at the time before he died. He was still reading and learning and still willing to change his mind stuff because he was willing to learn from different sources. What do you think? What do you feel? And then eventually we'll see where we want to go. But that's, just have a place to come and chat.
Well, I think it's great. So this is a free group that
Yeah.
you got anybody who wants to jump in and have some
Yep.
conversation, non-judgment. You
Yep.
know, the link is right here in the chat. So make sure you go check it out. Well, Richard, thank you for some wonderful lessons from even the other side, because like I said, I'm always trying to push coming to the table, but we do have to be conscious of what we are bringing to the table, not, besides just the food, and what kind of conversation and what kind of thing we're doing with our kids, because that's really important. And so take the time, think about it. And if you're still not sure how to do it, then jump in on the circle here with Richard and learn some more stuff, because he's
Thank
been
you.
there and done that.
Just a quick plug for this listening circle. Actually, I've been going to it since he started it, and I think there are 3 people in here that frequently go to this group as well. It's been catharsis for a lot of people. The conversations that we bring in here, they come deep from the heart. Just like I said in the chat, it's open doors, open group, open hearts. And this man who just spoke just now, very, very powerful therapist. He doesn't speak so great of himself, but let's do it for him. He's
Wonderful.
changed so many lives you can't even believe. I've known him for about 5 or 6 years now, and simply life transformation. You can never believe the transformation that happens in people just by being friends with this person.
Well, and I was lucky enough to get him to come and talk to you guys here. So woohoo.
I did my
Thank
best
you.
to convince.
Thank you. Thank you both very much.
Thanks, Summer, for that plug for Richard. Richard, thank you so much for what you've brought to the table here. And I'm gonna have to check out your circle there. Hopefully it's on my time zone. No, I'll
Thank
figure it out. So anyway, but thank you again. I really appreciate it. And
Thank you.
hope everybody enjoyed this. If anybody really quick has a question or anything, if not, jump in on his circle and you can ask him there, because I'm sure he will be able to answer whatever you need. We're all going to make mistakes because everybody has a story. Everybody. So don't forget that, because you never know what the person next to you is going through. You don't know why this guy next to you is speeding and cutting you off. You're gonna have some road rage, but you don't know that they're running to the hospital because their kid fell off the monkey bars or whatever it is. So give people some grace, give yourself some grace, and remember, we're all human, and every single person has some kind of story. Whether it's their childhood, their adulthood, or whatever, we all have something that has happened to us. So remember that next time you're, giving birds to people next to you. Well, I'm so excited. Like, can I tell you guys something? So last night or last night for me, yesterday afternoon for you guys, after the first day of our little summit here was over, I just got off the computer and I just started jumping up and down, and I was telling my husband, I'm like, Pasquale, I'm so happy because this thing is just so awesome and so powerful and so much more than even I expected it to be. And just the fact that we've kept a steady stream of people watching, that means showing me that you're interested in this, that is just lending so much validity to the importance of what I am hoping, with the help of all these great people, to bring to the world. Because everybody, I meet people all the time who's I'm changing the world, I'm changing the world. Everybody has their corner of the world they're changing, and if we all change our corner, we can do great things, all of us together. I jokingly say I want to save the world. I want to save it one table at a time, and we're gonna pull it all together, because the table is the bottom building block of society. Everybody starts out in some home somewhere, and we as the adults have the power to change them. They are going to grow up and become adults and have the power to change the next generation. But if our homes and our tables are strong communities within the home, we're going to make stronger communities outside the home. And so I think it's just, this is my piece of giving back, and my part of my part of saving the world. And so I'm going to save my piece of it. And hopefully all of you being here are helping also. So just remember, anybody here is an ambassador now for the Rosato Effect. You are out there sharing this. You're going to you can take some recipes off my site if you want, off my Dorina'sKitchen.com website, where there's some written ones, or you can go to my Dorina's Kitchen YouTube channel or follow my Facebook page, and you'll see recipes that can help you bring your family to the table. And get started there, because it is fun. So my next guest just popped in. This gal is amazing. So her name is Chantel Hammond, and we met at this event where we were both students, and come to find out she's another crazy mom of many like me. So she's got 5, I've got 6, but she's still young. So wouldn't surprise me if there's more. But anyway, she is an amazing business owner, an amazing mom. She has a business, but she runs from home, and she does the work at home, but she also is a mom who puts meals on the table. And so she's here to tell us a little bit about balancing that business and work life. And also, in the end, her business could help you if you're a mom and working from home. She could be doing some of the work to be able to help you stay home and continue to do what you do and spend time with your family too, because she is a marketing specialist, and she's got a marketing company, which is wonderful. And she's really good at helping people learn how to do it for themselves and streamline it, right? So Chantel, take it away. Tell us about you and your life.
It's funny. I think back to that day we met, and I remember just kind of hearing your story and, the power of bringing your family back to the table. Your family was not in a great place at that time in this story. And the thing that turned everything around was just prioritizing that family dinner. And I was like, who is this lady? Like, that speaks to my heart. Like, I feel like life is crazy. I've got 5 kids. My youngest is 6. My oldest is a senior in high school. We are busy, and it's just something that I think about often is in the crazy and busy of raising a family and prioritizing our families, just having that clarity of coming back to the table and prioritizing that time together as your family every single day, it just makes everything work. I mean, everybody's challenges can be worked out together. They feel more supported. They feel more confident. For me as a business owner, it helps me get my brain out of my business, which I think anybody that is an entrepreneur, that can be really hard to do. Like, especially if you're working at home, just turning off the business for just a minute and focusing on the family it can be hard. It can be hard to do that. And for me, that time when I, shut my work off at the end of the day and I step into the kitchen and I'm making dinner, that is like an actual physical action I need to take to give myself and my brain the permission to be done. And I'm done working for the day, and now it's family time. So yeah, when I heard you speaking about that, I was like, who is this woman and how can we become best friends? Like, she is speaking to my soul right now. Like, it is so important. And I think that it's something that people aren't prioritizing as much as they need to. And when we don't give ourselves that time with our people that are the most important people in our lives, it's a slippery slope. It's a downward spiral. We get into, mentally unhealthy positions. We feel isolated, all these different things, especially for those who are working from home, entrepreneurs, especially.
I was a stay-at-home mom, but I spent, I was always doing something on the side, because when you've got 6 kids, you're always trying to bring in a little bit more, and
Always.
you do have to balance it. And people would say to me, how do you do this? And I'm like, you've got 6 kids. I've only got 2. How are you doing? I'm like, you do it. You just do it. And you put that priority on it. But there is a good feeling about being able to, and putting that meal on the table that nourishes your family and pulls them all together. So,
and when we met, I think that the timing of when we met was really important too, because I was, like you, there was always something on the side for years and years and years, but that happened when we met at a time where I had just taken on a full-time job for working for someone else for the first time in 15 years. You know, like I was like, hey, I got 5 kids. We've got high schoolers. Things are getting expensive. The economy is insane. Like food is getting expensive. Everything is expensive. We've got to bring in more money. And so I took on a job. And, you know, I worked there for a while and tried to make it work. And it worked fine. There were several factors that played into this, but one of the biggest factors into my decision to leave working in that full-time capacity was I felt like I had to like hide my family from my employers. I felt like I couldn't, not that I had to hide them, they knew I had a family, but I felt like I couldn't mention, oh, I got to run the kids to school, or oh, I got to leave early because I got a soccer game, or you know, whatever it is. I felt kind of like I had to hide that side of my life to be acceptable to my employers and to be valuable to them. And not that I cared about being valuable, but I valued my job, and I felt like if I voiced my family too much, they would think I was distracted or unproductive or whatever it is. I just felt this weird pressure, and I didn't like that. I didn't like that my family couldn't be my top priority in this setting. And so when we met, I had actually just left. I had quit that job. I had started working, actually, I took a job working at my kids' school for a while as a school teacher with the idea that I would have the same days off that my kids had off. We'd get summer break off together, all of these things. But when I left that marketing job at a marketing agency, I did not expect a bunch of my clients to say, hey, where did you go? We want to go to that agency. And I was like, I didn't go to an agency. I just stopped. Like I quit. And that's how I ended up starting my own agency. Is I had a bunch of people, that really liked my approach and my style. They weren't getting it with the agency that they were at. And so I ended up starting my own marketing agency, which has been an incredible blessing to me and my family, but also has really helped me level up and serve entrepreneurs in a way that I didn't expect to prior to this. I was able to see the ones that are struggling and knowing that they don't understand their marketing, and marketing is a really important part of business. They are hiring these agencies because they need an expert that knows how to do it, but they don't understand enough to know if their experts understand enough. And so I just kind of identified this gap and realized that we're all, as entrepreneurs, kind of lost in the thick of it. Like we all need help. There's always something new for us to study. And we live in this world where it's like, do this, do that, do this. There's a million things coming at you. And if you don't have some clarity to know what you really should be focusing on and what you shouldn't be focusing on, you're going to get overwhelmed really quickly. And I've seen that cycle again and again. I've felt it myself. I know you felt it at times, Darina. Like that's part of this entrepreneur thing. Like there's a lot that we can do, but do we really need to be doing all of it? Like what should we really be doing to be successful in our businesses? And I think especially for parents and moms, working moms that are trying to do this all, like trying to bring in that extra income, working at home with their families, you shouldn't be doing one more thing than you should be doing. Like you need to have that clarity so that you can be the most effective you can possibly be doing the least amount of things that you possibly have to do. And that's what I have that's become my entire passion. Like, how can I help more moms do less and make more and be more effective and more successful in their business? Yeah,
and that's something she is good at because she has helped me, even though my kids aren't home anymore. But I have, still 6 kids that I still put a lot of attention into, even from a distance. And everything that I do, my entire business, everything I do is because of them, is for them. And I'm still trying to streamline stuff because I started this thing kind of as a fluke. And then all of a sudden it became a thing. And I didn't know what I was doing. And I had to do so much learning and so much educating of myself. And, here I was starting a business, well, I had always done a little something and I had pieces of this, but this thing full-fledged, I was over 50 already. And I'm like, and people are like, all my friends are like talking about retirement. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm just getting started. But but you need help, and you need to know when to ask for help. And that's something also kind of what I think we were talking about earlier with now I can't remember who, but not to be afraid to ask for help. And it doesn't mean that you don't know what you're doing. It doesn't mean that you're lesser. It doesn't mean that you're stupid, any of that stuff. It just means you're actually smart, and when this is the piece I have to do and this is the piece I can hand off to someone else. And sometimes you got to spend a little to make a little, but it's worth it. So
And for your peace of mind, right? Like, it all comes down to that mindset issue. Like, we often tell ourselves, and entrepreneurs especially, we live, and it's isolating and lonely, but we kind of live inside our own heads, and it's incredibly lonely. And we tell ourselves these narratives of like, if I ask somebody, I know, okay, so I had a business earlier. I was a Pilates studio owner for a while there. That was my first entrepreneurial venture. And the narratives that I told myself at that time were, I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea. Who am I to say that I can make this successful and make this thing go? And in my insecurities that were just running around in my head, one of the things I often told myself was, if I ask somebody for help, they're going to know that I have no idea what I'm doing. And I don't want them to know that. I know there are so many entrepreneurs that are in that trap. Like, the difference between the people who succeed and the people who quit and give up literally comes down to the support they have and their ability to say, I need help, when they need it. And we look at the failure rates of small businesses, and they've been hovering around the 80% rate for the last couple of decades. They are coming down just a little bit. Just a little bit. I think they're like 78 now. Okay. So they're dropping just a little bit, which I love. But the reason we're seeing that isn't necessarily because these people aren't capable. 80% in the first 5 years fail, roughly. And it's not that these people aren't capable. It is so often rooted in something like that mindset of, I don't want to ask for help because then people will know I don't know what I'm doing. Well, guess what? When you started a business out of a passion, Dorena, for you, it was, I got to bring in a little bit something extra. I have to, and everything that I'm doing is for my family, right? Like, it's all about this family, and I really feel passionately about families, so I'm going to help other people prioritize their families. When you started that, you had all the passion that you needed to go on that topic, but you didn't know that you had to understand marketing, and you had to understand bookkeeping and taxes and finances. Like, that just all comes with it. And nobody starts something from their passions with it being like, yeah, and I get to do all of these things. Like, we have our zones of genius, and everybody else out there in that entrepreneurial space has their zone of genius. They also have areas that they need to ask for help in. So many. Like, my husband is working with he just got pulled in with a new job a few months ago, and it's a really popular sports fan board for a college that we're big fans of. And this fan board, okay, so it's basically like, you remember in the late 90s, early 2000s chat rooms, it's basically that for adults. It's like a chat room for all these sports fans, college sports fans. And the guy that started this just was a really big fan of this school that he started it for. That's why he started it. I mean, that's the same reason that Meta and Facebook got started, right? He was just a really big fan of his college. I think it was Yale. Was it Yale or Harvard? But I think it was Yale. Of their Facebook, and wanted to make it a digital version so that he could, make it more interactive with people. This is how these things get started. They start out of somebody's passion. Well, for this sports board that my husband works for, this guy was just an IT guy. He knew how to build a website. He created this space where people could come and chat college football. That was in like 1998 or 1999, years and years and years ago. Well, now he's in talks with the university that this sports board is under. They're wanting to potentially buy it from him, and it's worth millions. I mean, it's insane. But what's interesting is this guy went at it forever alone. And my husband was the first person that he brought in to help him with this. And within a few months of him reaching out and asking for help for somebody that could bring that business, my husband's an MBA, so bring that business perspective in, all of a sudden he's got potential buyers. All of a sudden its value is on track to triple, and it was already doing really well. And now it has the potential to triple. That's the power of us stepping outside of ourselves, stepping out of our insecurities and saying, we don't have to do this alone. What if we brought somebody in that could help me understand this area that I don't get on my own? That's the power of asking for help. So that's what I've done with my businesses. And I've provided marketing stuff for people all the time, and I can help them work in their business. But my favorite thing is helping them go deep and understand those areas that are tripping them up and maybe where they're feeling insecure, and uncovering a level of confidence in them and helping them see like, oh, I can do this. I can learn this, and I can do it myself if I want to, or I can have other people come in and do it for me, but now I know exactly how to make sure that they are doing it the way that I would do it if I was doing it myself, now that I understand that. It's so fun. I love unlocking that aha moment for entrepreneurs.
So, it's really something special when a business person likes helping other business people, because they're like, I'm helping the competition. Let me tell you something, people. There is enough business out there for all of us. If everyone in this room had the same business, there's still enough business out there for everybody. And when you help somebody else, it only helps you too, because, well, God helps those who help others, I think.
I 100% agree.
I'm gonna butt in and tell a 2-second story, which I've told you before, but talk about not feeling like you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, and that it's negative self-talk, that crap that beats you up inside. I had met someone who had invited me to an event. This woman liked what I was talking. It was right when my whole back to the table movement thing came like swirling and formulating in my head. And I shared it with somebody at a business networking meeting. So she invited me to this thing to meet some people she worked with. And I'm like, oh, cool. People from a newspaper. And I get in the car, and I had about a half an hour drive, and I started crying all the way there. I'm like, beat myself up. I'm like, who the hell do you think you are? You're just a mom. You think you're going to change the world? How are you going to do that? What? You're just. It was like a retirement community. And she'd done events there before, so she knew some people. And so we stopped and said hi to a couple people. But then this older Black gentleman's walking towards us, and he stops to talk to him. And as we walk away, she goes, Mr. Brown's got a cool story. And I said, what's that? And she goes, he was one of Martin Luther King's drivers. And at that moment, it would like hit me like a brick in the head, like God said, yo, guess what? One person can make a difference. See? And I know that was put in front of me for a reason, because it pointed out right when I was sitting here saying, who am I? I'm just one little person, and I think I'm going to make a difference. And then, I meet somebody who was one person away from Martin Luther King, who made a difference in this world. And I'm like, wow, yeah, I can do this, whatever little bit, whether I help one person or help 100 million people, no matter what, we're going to make a difference here. And we're making a difference right here today with these conversations. So, don't discount what you can and can't do, and get those people to help you. I called Chantel. I was doing a lot of this stuff myself. I called her for help, and she's helped me. I called Summer to help me with this event. I've been wanting to do something online like this for eons. I finally got the person who knows how to run these webinar-y thingies, whatever we're doing here. Okay. She's the brains behind this. You got to call on people to help you. And that goes for everything in life, parenting, call your mother, call your sister, call your friend, call the person. I had 4 kids before most of my high school friends started to have their first. Okay.
This is why we're friends.
Yeah. And my friends started calling me. What'd you think about this? What'd you do about that? I became the resident expert, and all of a sudden everybody wanted to know what I was doing, and for me, it was a great honor to be able to offer the help to them, so people love to help. People want to help people, give them the chance to. And If you need help with a business, she's your girl right there.
Well, and I geek out on the strategy piece of things, because yeah, I got my start and I still do. I do marketing. Like marketing is where you will find me geeking out. That's just something that I can talk forever about. I love to talk about how you get, you know, a client or a customer from one point to another and how you guide them along that path. I love it. But what really fills me up is helping business owners understand why they made this weird, crazy decision to jump into this entrepreneurial space and try to do something completely on their own. I mean, I love your story where you're like, this back to the table movement's coming to my mind, and I start beating myself up. Who am I to think I can do something this big? You know, that mindset, that thing that we go through. And, you know, what I've been working with people on a lot lately is this mastermind setting where I bring groups of people together, groups of entrepreneurs together. And every time I start a new group, I get a little bit lucky because we dive into, well, what got you started in this in the first place? Like, what made you, Darina, what made you want to do this? What made you go into this whole movement for getting families back to the table? I mean, when I heard you talking about it, I was like, that's me. I'm in. What can I do to get involved in this? This is important work, right? When I'm starting a new group with people, we start with their why. It's like, why are you doing this? And not just like, oh, I need to make a few extra bucks. Like, that's not your why. We got to go way deeper than that. And I help these entrepreneurs go back to the deep-rooted passion that's usually deeply rooted in your beliefs. Darina, you have strong beliefs about the family, and your beliefs are what pulled me in, right? Like, I also have that same strong belief about the power of connecting with our families and staying and fostering that connection, and how important it is for the world in general, like for all of us as humanity. Your beliefs and your why drew me in. So when I'm working with people in this mastermind setting, I'm like, you guys, we got to start with this why. You have to be really clear on it. And so often they need a little bit of help and support. Like, it's really hard for us to be vulnerable and honest with ourselves about where that why is really rooted. So we go really deep first, and then we say, okay, now that we understand that this is the whole reason why we made this crazy decision to get into this entrepreneurial space and venture out on our own in the first place, now that you have your own business here, let's set some strategic objectives in place and get this business built around that why. Because that's when we can start to really unlock the power in your marketing. That's what's going to drive the connection that's going to draw people to what you are doing. So you got to connect with that why. You've got to build your business around it, stay true and honor that why in everything you're doing. You got to build your business foundations around that why. And then you can put a marketing strategy on top of it. And guess what? That why trickles down through your business strategy, your organization, everything you do through your marketing and to the people you are trying to reach. If you don't have a connection with that, you're never going to create connection with anyone. And what I'm lucky to do and blessed to be able to do with my work is every time I start a new group, I get to revisit that for myself. Am I still on track with my why? Am I still creating that change and massive help in people's lives that is part of why that makes up my why, you know? And for a long time, my business was, oh, I just want to help people create effective marketing and help them execute effective marketing. And then I discovered when creating my own programs for entrepreneurs that it's a lot deeper for me. And what it really is helping you take this business that you have built and feel fulfilled and aligned in it with your true deep core beliefs and values. That's what I'm so lucky to get to do. Every time I start a new group, I get to revisit, hey, how am I doing? Am I still in line with my why? Okay, good. Is it time to kind of make some shifts and adjustments and make sure I'm aligned? Okay, then let's make those. And I'm just so lucky to get to do that. It's awesome. And I'm so grateful for the people that I've got to meet because of it. Yep. Here's a big one, guys.
Yeah, here we go. You know, it's funny because how you're saying this, and, you know, we may already be doing what we love, but if you don't know why. So for example, I've been teaching people how to cook since I was 19. Some college friends, I was the neighborhood Italian kid with the restaurant, you know, and some girls I grew up with, you know, said, hey, can you teach us how to cook? We're all broke and we don't know how to, you know, we can't go out to eat all the time. And so I did my first, and it was so empowering because I had this life lesson, so to speak, this life skill, I guess I should say. Then I did this class for these other college girls, and when I was only their age, and we took all day long. I mean, it was like, took me forever. I taught them how to make all the pasta sauces because, pasta's cheap. So it was lots of different ways to make pasta. Well, then going forward, I really got a lot out of a great feeling out of teaching this life skill, because I think cooking is that. So fast forward, I've got all my kids, I've got 6 kids, I'm cooking all the time. And I have my restaurant, I had this, but I started doing some cooking classes. And at first I was teaching, other moms, and I was teaching people how to cook, cheaper, healthier, faster, so that you could just live your life. And I was still, for many, many years, had this thing in my head, I'm supposed to be doing something else. I'm supposed to be doing something else. What is it? And I tried all these different things. I'm an artist too. I mean, I make jewelry. I used to sell bracelets and earrings, and I coach soccer, which I do love. That's a big part of my life. But the thing that was like to fulfill me wasn't 100%. I couldn't figure it out. And it wasn't until the thing I was doing, which was the teaching people how to cook, its purpose expanded. I shouldn't say changed, because I still teach people how to cook. This is cheaper, this is healthier, this is tastier, this is faster. But it became more. It became a tool. The cooking was a tool to bring people to the table. And once that last piece came into play, the bringing them to the table thing, that is when I realized that this is the thing. And from that day, the Martin Luther King Day, from that day when I realized, yes, you can do something that it's not just, I can teach people how to cook cheaper, healthier, faster, whatever. That's not going to necessarily change somebody's life. But if I'm teaching them how to cook with those things, pieces, and it's bringing them and their family to the table, that's changing lives. And that's when I realized that day, that conversation, those moments were when I realized this is what I'm supposed to do. And that was in January of 2018. So 7 years ago, I realized that was the exact purpose. And I have not once questioned what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. Sometimes I'm still trying to figure out how, but
but can you see the clarity that why, like, it's actually all about getting the families to the tables for connection. Your why really gives more purpose to the vehicle that you were using to deliver that all along. People aren't drawn to you because of the same thing that you're doing that everyone else is doing. They are drawn to you because of why you're doing it. That's what's capturing people's attentions. That's the thing that they're saying, you know what? That's really important to me too. I'm listening. What do you got to tell me, Dorina? What are you going to teach me? And that's why I get to, with what I do, I'm like, hey guys, your marketing is never going to be successful if you don't understand why you're doing this in the first place. And I don't care if you're selling jewelry. Okay. Maybe you're selling jewelry because you love doing it. Well, why do you love doing it? Well, maybe you've got some memories with your aunt or grandma or somebody from your childhood. And there's some element of connection to people through it. For her, making jewelry was all about connection and memories and creating this with people. And now when she was able to connect those dots for herself, all of a sudden she's able to connect with other people at a whole other level than anyone else that's out there making jewelry. Like, the why matters. We have to understand this, because that's where we can get in and make that difference. That one person making a difference in our little corner of the world.
Your gift. You have a gift. Find the gaps in your marketing funnel and start attracting more of the right clients. So for any of you who are small business owners, or if you're a big business owner, whatever kind of business owner, but most of the time it's and you want to not, and like what Chantel was saying, because what's been really good, she's done some work for me, but what she does when she does that is she teaches me so that I understand what's going on. Because you know what? Those of us, like she was saying, we do want to think we know it all. We don't want to ask for help. When you find that person that you trust enough to ask the help for, and they're willing to teach you. So technically, in a way, to lose you as a client, because I could choose to do it myself now, but I
actually tell people my goal is to get you set up so that you don't need me anymore.
Yeah.
Like, my business model doesn't need to keep you around forever. My goal is like, let's get you what you need so that you are set up for success. Because for me, the thing that I like to deliver to people is confidence. Because like you were saying, Dorina, it feels good to know that you know how to do something. Whether or not you choose to do that when you know how to do it doesn't matter. But the fact that you know how to do it means that when you want to hire a VA to do it for you or hire somebody to come in and work for you and do it for you, you can monitor and make sure it's happening how it's supposed to. And that gives you confidence. And it just helps you feel like, okay, I know what I'm doing. I feel in control. I'm set up for success.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
that's what I'm trying to help
It
people.
really, it does. And it does feel good because when you want to have somebody do the work for you and you want to be able to, you want to also be able to explain it to them in a way that they understand on that level. And then, like you say, you can keep an eye on things, say, no, that's not right. And I know you can do it this way, and can you fix that, please, or whatever. But, it is a good feeling. And then you can know it all, but you don't have to do it all. So, Dr. Ashley raised his hand. So let's get him on here. Hi there.
Hello, hi Chantel. I didn't know whether it's time to raise my hand or not, so apologies
Anytime.
if it's not. But I think I'm a psychologist by trade, and I think what we're talking about a lot in this session this afternoon, let alone what you've been raising, it's all about the connection, isn't it? And you could have a marketing company like the ones you left, the ones that didn't necessarily value you as a parent and all of the things, and they'd have the stats, they'd have the overwhelming branding, they'd have the figures to persuade and say that they're hot and they're the choice, but they are daunting, they are cold, they are not connecting with anybody, are they? And what you're doing, and even the fact that you're just willing to say, this is me, these are my circumstances. If they connect with you, join me. If they don't, that's fine. I can add what value I can and I'll move on. I just think that's really personable, and it's really about, like Dorina was saying, there's something about the pair of you clicked. I don't have thousands of children, but I definitely understand what you're describing because I work with children all the time, and it's just a really good example for me, thinking about how that psychological connection is very much encouraged by transparency, a bit of honesty, tiny bit of vulnerability, sharing, a little bit about yourself, and it connects far more than the sales and the marketing that can sometimes be heavy and heartless. So I just wanted to reflect on that because it was really something I'll probably mention tomorrow.
One of the things that I noticed with the people that are funneling, so these big marketing agencies, they get entrepreneurs that just funnel through. So when Dorina says there's enough for us all to have enough work, even if we were all doing the same thing, like that resonates because these marketing agencies, they get entrepreneurs that are just funneling through. They come, they stick around for 3 months, maybe 6 months if they're lucky, and then they're out because they're frustrated because there's not that human connection. It's just they're a number, and we'll do X, Y, and Z for you. We'll just go through these tasks for you and make sure they're getting done. But there's no human element. There's no connection. And I think especially in this world of AI, where everything is getting automated and there's a lot of fake and unreal things out there, we're craving that human connection more than ever. So, I mean, I'm sure you have some fascinating things to share about that.
No, that's really well put. I think you emphasizing the numbers and the throughput. They generate experience, but they don't generate the same recommendations, do they? If you've been dealt with as a human rather than just your budget and your outcome going up, you're going to recommend, you're going to say that person, really ask for that person, only ask for that person, and it just becomes more personable, doesn't it? Yeah. Thanks ever so much.
And thank you. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the other piece too is you got to watch out for people and from a psychological standpoint as well, the burden of always doing more. These agencies will say, well, you just need to add this and you need to do this and you need to do that. And I'm picking on agencies, but I think we see it in a lot of different places right now. This pressure to just do more, do more, do more, that will solve your problems. That's not the answer. Like, there's so many things we can do. Let's just find the few things that you should do and cut out the rest. Like, you don't need to keep taking on more and more and more and more. And that's, I'm sure, as you would probably back, that the more when we take on too much, we're putting ourselves in an unhealthy and dangerous place psychologically. So
no, absolutely. And thanks for speaking.
yeah, thank you. Thanks for chiming in.
Thank you. All right. Hey, Robert.
Hi.
Hi.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
So I just want to paint you a little picture here, because for 32 years I've only been receiving people live, one-on-one. Also through all my live seminars and retreats that I offer. So when COVID hit, no live,
Yeah. So
and
scary.
everything just collapsed. And I wasn't business savvy enough to pick it up. So then here I am looking around, where do I start? And it was so overwhelming. And all of a sudden was it now even more so than then, a huge push for online businesses. And I can't say I made some wrong investments because I'm always learning, but I did.
Yeah.
You know, I
Been there,
spent
done
like
that.
I spent
You're
like
not alone.
15,000 for coaching. It's like you give me a system and I'll follow through. But the system didn't work, and it was all based on Facebook ads. Anyway, long story short, I just reinvested again another 7,000. Then I just dropped out. I said, because the complete investment was 25,000.
Mm.
And because both you, Dr. Ashley, and you, Chantal, were talking about connection. Yesterday we were talking about connection. These people were just not accessible.
Yeah.
You know, it's great, you know, get all frustrated because something isn't working. I got to figure it out by myself. I have to send them a message. I have to maybe wait 5 days before I get an answer, you know. So yeah, it is all about connection. So much so that I finally sort of found my way, you know. And now also in the past 6 months, I've been really, you know, getting myself out there, joining these events like that of Dorina, of Summers, and really putting myself out there in a different way. So it's all about growing, not giving up, persisting,
Absolutely.
you know, and keep believing in yourself.
Yeah.
But yeah, the human factor is absolutely the most important
It's so
thing.
important. It's
Yeah.
and we're just with all the, you know, the systems, like you said, so many people will say, I'll build a system for you and just it will just run and go for you. Like you won't have to do anything. No, that's you. Even if you have a system that is working for you, guess what? There's going to come 3 months around the road where some change happens with an algorithm somewhere, and guess what? You've got to make some changes and some shifts. Do you know what's never going
Right,
to go away? That human connection.
Yeah.
right.
It's been proven for centuries, forever. That's always been what's at the heart of success is that human connection, believing in yourself, and just keep going.
Keep
Just
going at it. Exactly.
you face the
Yeah.
challenges, you adapt, and you go on.
And I was one of the people that never could ask for help.
Oh,
I really
I don't
had to
know if
learn the hard
anybody in
way.
this room
I was gonna say, I
would
don't know
say that they
anybody
were
who,
not one of those people. I for sure
Right.
was.
yeah.
My
Oh,
first business went down because I was too afraid to say, I need help with this. Somebody help me learn how to do this.
right, right.
Yep.
So yeah, thank you
So,
for sharing. You know what's
thank
crazy
you.
is in the comments, you said I wasted this much. So we start seeing people, I spent this much, I spent this much. Like that is the world we're living in right now. So
Yeah.
many people are dropping a lot of money on people that make big promises and then put them into a system. Here's a
Right. Well, there was one on your symposium summer. It was Jay Fairbrother, I think. He's like, you're going out because you got to figure out what to do, and it's like you've got all these lines tossed out of your fishing boat, you know, and all these offers, all these things that you could be doing, and that's what I was facing, and I just didn't know where to start. It was overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
spent
And
plenty of money too, and I'll tell you, the best money I spent was the course I took, that where I met Chantel and I met Renee and I met Brent, who's speaking tomorrow. So I actually made friends, and so to me, the money, the value came in the people I met. But yeah, we
Yeah.
spend money looking to better ourselves. I mean, I've been lucky. I've learned some good things. I've wasted a little bit, but you know, we're looking for connections. We're paying
Right.
for
Yeah.
connections,
Yeah.
you know, and we're not always getting them. So, you know, do these kind of things where you meet the people that you can find, that you can hear them speak really in an authentic space, not, you know, in some big show or
Correct.
something
Correct.
and get to know them. And, you know, we do business with friends. We tend to want to do business. We want to say that the guy at the restaurant down the street, oh, he's my friend, I'm going to go to his restaurant, because you've gone there enough times, you get, and you know he's got good food, and you become friends, and then you go there more because you feel like it's a friend. If it's like becomes your little piazza, it's your little town square, when you can go into a restaurant, you know everybody that works there because they've made you feel comfortable and they come and greet you at the table. We will do more business with people who we feel are friends. So anyway.
And Doreena's Italian connection, and as I met with her and learned from her, actually inspired the name. I made a whole like branding change in my business and named my business Strategy Square around the idea of a town
Oh, yeah, excellent.
square. Like,
Yeah.
let's come together, let's work together, let's help
Tell
each
me that.
other lift where we stand and help each other. So thank you, Dorina.
You're welcome.
So thanks again.
Thank you, Robert.
really
Thanks
great.
for sharing.
Thanks, Robert. Yes, Dr. Ashley.
Yeah, sorry for popping up again. There was just
That's
something that I just wanted to just react to while you're here. There's something about in certain settings, people who have a lot of experience and a lot of expertise, a lot more than anybody might have on their own. They can clearly say, "I've got a solution. Let's see how it fits you." But I noticed one of the things that was profoundly more connecting on your link just then was not, "I've got the solution, you fit it." It was, "How can I help you? Because you might be experiencing a problem." And it's completely non-authoritative, but it's backed with the fact that you know your stuff. But it's very, very different than you saying, "I've got this great pack and we can see whether it'll help you." It's more connecting to a human being, isn't it? For somebody to say, "Listen, you're struggling. How could I help with that?" And people don't often get that, do they? They get the more expert-driven, top-down. You know, I'm a doctor. I'm in that area where people say to me, "Just tell me what I need to do." And obviously, in my line, I say, "Tell me what you're struggling with."
Yeah.
And then that's a completely different thing. And so I thought that was really powerful. The simplicity of it. You know, an audit essentially. Some people
And
might
I
think,
think that and that's actually what I tell people. And I'm like, hey, I have audits for people. Like, go take an audit, run it through yourself. And then if you need help, like jump on a call with me. Let's just talk through it, because you have all the answers to the problems you're facing in your business, in your family, you have the answers. The problem is we've been so conditioned by marketing to think that we need to find an answer that somebody else has. We need somebody like a psychologist, like somebody in your line of work, right? To help us dig in and find the answers that we already have inside of ourselves. It's already there. We just have to learn to trust ourselves enough to go with those gut instincts like Dorina had, like, okay, there's something inside me that says, not only is this something that I want to do, it's something I should do. And yes, I can make that difference as just one person, right? Like, we have that inside of us. We've just been so deconditioned by the 80s and 90s marketing world that we've shut that off. We don't even know how to access that anymore. And anyway, I love helping people like reconnect and like, hey, calm down. You've got the passion, you've got the experience, you are an expert in this, you can do this. Let's dig into ourselves and let's figure this out, because those answers are going to come to you. They are going to. You have them. You just got to stop doubting yourself.
I have one more thing I wanted to add.
Yes, Robert.
Didn't Jesus say to the blind man, "What do you want me to help you with?" It's like, well, Jesus, can't you see he's blind? No, the blind man had to ask for the help.
Yeah.
Yeah. That and the ways in which Jesus would always stress, believe, stop doubting, believe. That's been like on repeat in my mind for the last few months. You know, he was the best teacher that's ever lived. And what did he always say? Believe in yourself. Just stop doubting. Like, I actually read a quote, I think from Reese Witherspoon. She posted it. I don't know if she said it, but she said, I read recently that worrying is like worshiping your, God, what did she say? Worry is worshiping your doubts, basically. It wasn't doubts, but worrying it's worshiping your problems. That's what she said. Worry is worshiping your problems. It's like worshiping your problems.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
That's true.
when we just give so much space and so much mental and emotional energy to those doubts and that worry that things might not go well or that we might not know what we're doing, then we're drowning out the ability to say, well, but what would it be like if this did work? And what if that really did happen? What if I went for that and tried that? Like, what's the worst that could happen? We're not exploring the possibilities that are coming from our hopes and our beliefs.
Correct.
I mean, doesn't the Bible say, ask and you shall receive?
Yep.
No, no, ask
Again and
Yep.
again.
again and again.
And
So-
more shall be given unto you.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah.
Well, Chantel, you and me can sit here and talk for 2 hours,
I know.
but guess what? Our next guest has gotten here. So
Time to
everybody,
pass it on.
make sure that you click on the link there, the gift from Chantel, and connect with her because she likes connecting with people, as
Really
she has
do. It's
very
kind of
clear.
what I do. Thank you so much for having me, Dorena. I love what you're doing. You know I do.
Thank you,
Can't wait
thank
to be
you.
involved in more in the future.
So glad you were
Love,
able to
love
be
this.
here.
All
This is
right.
awesome. Thank you. Thanks again.
Bye.
All right. Well, that was wonderful as always. I always have great conversations with Chantel, and I'm glad you guys were able to be privy to one of them. So our next speaker is Rich Grogan. So this is another different angle on things. Today, things have been a little things that are external from the table, but all still connect to the family table. Rich, like me, is a coach, but not the kind of coach that some of the people in the room are. We are, but also our first passion is a sport coach. So Rich is a ice hockey coach, as I was a soccer coach. And so we've had some great conversation talking about how much sport affects the whole life and does affect it. It's kind of like sports are like the table and the table is like sports, and there's a lot of connection that goes on there. And without it, you can't play like a team. How you doing, Rich?
Fantastic, Doreen. Thank you so much. And Chantel, I caught the tail end of yours that hit the heart. And I definitely want to touch on the switching kind of, I don't say switching paths, but honing in on your focus and what makes it so important. And obviously that why, but then why that's important and what you're willing to give up for it. So that was a good lead in. So thank you so much. And Doreen, thank you for allowing me to be here. And you're right. Speaking of niche down, I just redid my back wall within the last several months to hone in on specifically on hockey. Coaching is my first love, and I'm a Ziegler coach and speaker and all those other great things, which has helped over the past 20 years of going to all the different conferences. That's how I met Doreen, was going to Grant Cardone conference with Vargas, and which was good. It's good connection, but I kept all over the place. I think I heard Robert say something about so many fishing lines in the water there, which that's a great analogy. I never heard that before, but that's exactly what I was doing. And when you're fishing for everything and trying to be everything to everyone, you end up being nothing to no one, and you can't. It's a really hard time focusing. And then what are you willing to give up for that? So it's sort of background hockey. We'll get into that, but it's because that's my true passion. And also I love being home and with my kids and connecting with hockey players, which I connect with better than anybody else. But hopefully I can share some business secrets and some tips and some things from on and off the ice. I also coach baseball and football too. I was a PE teacher and martial arts for 40 years. So good connection of bringing everything together, and a business owner. So hopefully we can give you something that's going to connect with you in some way, shape, or form.
So when we've talked about coaching and stuff, it definitely, it's a passion for me too, because I always say that, when you're on a field or ice, everybody else I talk to, it's a field. Okay. You did football too. But, when you're out there with these kids, you're teaching them a sport, but you're teaching them so much more. And it's kind of like the things as a parent. And I found that because I was a coach before I was a parent, when you're coaching, it really taught me a lot about parenting before I was a parent, and about bringing people together. And, so whether it's bringing them together on the field to be a squad that functions together, or you're pulling your family together around the table to function as a united squad, a family, there's a lot of similarities, a lot of things that cross over.
I like to say, well, kind of I'm just going to share this with you guys. Here's my little whiteboard that I've got sitting in my office that I look at every day as a reminder to stay on track. I know you can't read that, but it's to be the mentor I always needed. That's overall always been my passion, my goal, my mission. But and with the Martial Arts Academy, I was raising future leaders. And what kind of a little backstory. I always dreamed of being a pro hockey player. That was my number one goal. I started skating when I was 4 years old and was going to be a pro hockey player. All there was to it. Well, I was always one of the smallest, shortest guys on every team and not the most gifted or talented, but I earned ice time and I played at a much higher level than I should have because of grit, resilience, passion, determination, and a willingness to tell everybody that told me I wasn't good enough, big enough, strong enough, hey, screw you, I'm going to show you. And so that took me pretty far in with the business world as well. But it got to the point where I used that as my Bobby Boucher tackling fuel. I always like to give that example. But I found that I started my whole focus on proving others wrong just to, I guess, excel, got me there. But in order to get me to where I really want to go, it became more of an egotistical thing of, oh yeah, I'll show you, I'll show you, I'll show you. And it took away from exactly what Doreen's talking about here, be it with a family connection around the table. Because if somebody would doubt me, or in the martial arts, somebody would want to scrap, all right, well, I would put my family on the back burner because I had to prove people wrong. Because that was my greatest talent. As I got older, I'll be 55 in a few months here. I got to thinking, man, oh man, how much energy am I wasted on proving some fool wrong on social media that I don't know, have never met. At the same time, I'm turning my back on my family. My family, well, I want it to be my number one priority, but a lot of times, and I bring that up because when you start a business, or if you're in business, and if, like Chantel said about focusing on the why and the passion, if you're not honed in on what is most important to you, and mine is, instead of traveling all over, doing all kinds of conferences and speeches and everything else, I want to spend time with my family. So what can I do to get the best of both worlds, to be the mentor I always wanted to be? Well, that's where I've kind of honed in on the hockey market. And my goal now is to help the hockey community develop leaders that lead with integrity, both on and off the ice. They stand up for what is right. They confidently lead. They're accountable. And obviously we know accountability is lacking in society today. It's much easier just to blame everyone else. Well, here I preach these things about accountability, about having discipline and respect, but yet I would focus more on proving someone wrong than I would being accountable to my own family. So I bring all that up because it's a slippery slope, and you sometimes, well, at least I did, you get misguided. I went with what got me there. Proving people wrong, that's what got me to where I'm at. But man, really, come on. I want to spend time with my family. And my wife really hit me with, I got a hashtag called Right Hook Reality. And she said, believe it or not everybody's going to like Rich Grogan. I'm like, really? Come on, man. I want to be liked. But at the same time, you're going to tick people off, especially if your whole goal is to prove them wrong. But she said, look, when you go out of your way to prove someone wrong, I'm turning my back on my family first and foremost, and everybody else that really needs my help to try and prove somebody else wrong. So I once again, I bring all that up because that was my Bobby Boucher driving force that got me to where I'm at. But that's not going to get me to where I want to go. And where I want to go is truly to be the mentor that I always was wanting in my life, to tell me, hey, idiot, that person isn't worth your struggle. Spend that time with your family. Do you really want to travel all over the world and be in front of millions of people? Well, yeah, my ego does. Is that going to allow you the opportunity to be with your family? No, it's not. So that's that balance that we all have to face. But I just want to share that with you because that's kind of my passion, to be the mentor I always wanted, and now to help hockey players. And the reason I niched it in, once again, you have so many fishing lines out there. You may catch stuff, but it's not what you're really fishing for. And working with someone who drives you nuts, it's not worth the money. It is not worth the money, because you're going to pour into them your heart and your soul. And what are you going to get in return? Zig Ziglar once said that one of the worst tragedies in life is when we're at work, we're thinking about our family. When we're supposed to be with our family, we're thinking about work. So we're never where we need to be. Be where your feet are. So I just wanted to share that contribution about what Dorena said about the connection on the field or on the ice. Well, it's that same family connection around the dinner table. And you have to be locked in, have to be accountable to one another, honorable to your word. And then, of course, the trust that if dad says he's going to be there at 5 o'clock, I hate to say lied, but give me another 15 minutes. Give me another 30 minutes. Oh, you know what? It'll be an hour. You know what? We'll do it again tomorrow. that accountability is something I've gotten written on my mission here as a reminder to myself, because I need to hear it more than probably anybody else. So
They say
sorry.
bloom where you're planted, you know? So if you're planted at home, bloom there. And if you're planted at work, bloom there and all that. You know, that reminds me, there's a great, it's actually a Christian sports movie called Facing the Giants. If you haven't seen it, watch it. It's amazing. But it does, you know, it's a goosebumpy one, isn't it? Great movie. And some great scenes there. You know, you got to pull it out of yourself and believe and have faith, you know. So you know, it's funny, you know, some of the stuff that we talk about, you know, when it comes to sports, and this kind of relates back to something somebody was saying earlier too, you know, when we're talking to players or we're talking to kids, you know, something I learned from my high school coach. Now, I was really lucky to have a high school coach who was a woman coach in soccer in, you know, when I started high school in 1979. That, you know, that was very rare because I was at the very beginning of girls soccer back then. And she had actually played soccer as an adult, but at least she'd been on the field, so she knew what it was. But what was great about her was that she was a great coach, period. And one of the things I learned from her that I took into life forever was that she didn't tell us what we were doing wrong. She just showed us how to do it better. And what a great lesson that was like I said, I was a coach before I was a player, because my first coaching job was as her assistant coach. As soon as I graduated high school, my first 3 years in college, I worked with her. And I took that into my coaching life. But then as I became a parent, I took it into my parent life, you know. And yes, it's real easy to tell your kids, no, don't do that, you know. That, you know, don't do that, you know, but what you're doing when you're telling them don't do that, do this, you're giving them two things to think about, and the first one's a negative. So just give them one thing to think about, the thing that they got to do, and it points them in the right direction. And again, coaching and parenting, such a huge thing, you know. And what great conversations we used to have around the table about the game we just came home from, or the game we were going to go to, you know. That to me was always a great piece of, as I say, content to talk about. I remember, you know, the conversations we had, you know, especially because I had a son who was a goalie. So he took the weight of every game home with him. You know, it was all, you know, all his fault. And I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not. It went through 10 players before it got to you, you know. And that was a lesson that, you know, was pounded every week, every time he had a goal against him, you know. And it's tough, you know, it's a tough lesson, but it was always good table conversation, because it was a life lesson. A lot of these things are life lessons. You know, how do you deal with those players that are beating themselves up? You know, how do you pull them out of their head so that they can become a leader on the field, instead of you know, I'm not good enough, I'm not just
Sure.
a follower, you know.
Well, my son's a hockey goalie. So, yeah, the most Looney Toony people on the planet are goalies. There's no doubt
Yes.
about it. Everybody, players want to get out of the way of the shot, and a goalie stands there and says, "Bring it on." And of course, like I said, they have to go through 5 other guys in the rink on the ice in order to score. And a lot of times, it's off rebounds. It's not the initial shot that beats them. So it's a breakdown. We talk about unity and strength, everybody working together. A presentation I give a lot is the being a martial arts, talking about the power of the fist. So think of this, and think of this with your family, with your team, your business. These are individuals. Individuals are all doing their own thing. And yeah, they can only do so much by themselves. But I like to say, look, if I went to go break a board with my fingers open like this, all doing my own thing, I'm going to break every finger of my hand. However, you bring that fist together, now you got strength, now you got unity, now you got justice, now you got power, now you got something that can become unstoppable, because it's all working together. However, that thumb comes apart, the pinky comes apart, and the whole hand comes apart. Now you've lost everything. So that structure has to be there. I guess the only perfect person was Jesus, and he got crucified for being perfect, right? So yes, we want to strive for that, but realize this, Vince Lombardi said, perfection is unattainable. But when we strive for perfection, we can achieve excellence. So you strive for excellence, but that excellence can only happen if everybody is doing their job. So I tell my son, the goalie, look, well, let me back up. I tell the players, look, a champion is not someone who's never failed before. A champion is someone who's failed over and over and over again, but refuses to quit, refuses to give up, refuses to let what I call the meanest, nastiest bully in the world, the bully in our mind. Man, you got to kick that bully out of your head, but easier said than done. But a champion is not someone who's never failed. Champion is someone who's failed over and over, but refuses to give up. So I said, look, I want you to go out there and play aggressive. I always encourage players, just like with business coaching, you play to win. You don't play not to lose. Well, let's not lose here. No, that's not how you play life, man. You get out there and give it all you got. If you fail, you just learned something that didn't work. Now try something else, as opposed to living with regret. I wish I would have. No, you go out there. You challenge the shooter. He beat you. Okay, what could I have done differently? I got 5-10 seconds max to think about what I could have done differently. My angle was off. Maybe I lost focus. Whatever. Take a shot of water. Take a breath. Take another one. 3 breaths, now you're locked in again. Because if you keep dwelling on that previous mistake, you're going to be thinking about that previous mistake. And next thing you know, you got another mistake. You got another goal behind you. And now you got to reflect on that. And that's when the bully really goes to town. Oh, you let in 2. You let in 3. You're probably going to let in 6 goals tonight. Now, a goalie, we got a goalie. It's they could go one night and stop 50, makes 50 saves on 50 shots.
Yeah.
The very next night, they could give up 5 goals on 5 shots. I've seen it countless times. And all of us have probably been there in some way, shape, or form. And so back to the around the table with the dinner. Man, we don't, I don't want to lie and say I do it. I would love to do it more often. It just requires a little more discipline. I always kick myself in the butt saying, I preach discipline, I preach respect, I preach accountability, and sometimes, but it's a good reminder for me. But, and maybe hopefully it's for some of you as well. But we've done a much better job. I moved to Florida, well, I guess 4 years ago now. Lived in Southern Illinois and had our martial arts academy, and we never had dinner together. I mean, ever, because every night we were there, and it was like, look, I want the family to reconnect here, and we had ability to sell the martial arts academy to my senior student, and I was like, you know what, I want to get the heck out of Illinois to begin with, and I want to move to Florida, and I found out hockey's bigger than ever here, and of course hockey's at night, but I'm not at the studio like I was. I'm not at the rink every night like I was at the studio every night. So we've really connected well. But one of the things that we do, it's kind of silly. We got this show my family likes to watch. It's not Survivor, but it's some kind of these 2 guys. Can't remember the name of it right now. They go out, they get dropped off in these remote locations, and they have to try and whatever and find their way out of it, like a rescue situation. So the family, and I would say we probably do this 3 nights a week now, which is a start, right? We all sit around and we're watching TV, but we're engaging, we're eating. And of course, once the 45-minute show is over and we got a rule, you can only watch 1. But then we're together, so we get to talk about stuff. So it is absolutely fantastic. So I guess that whole story, trying to wrap a bow around it, is anything you can do to connect with your family there. Make sure that happens. And then back to the goalie beating himself up or a player beating themselves up. For the longest time, I always felt like the biggest hypocrite because I'm telling them things that I'm still struggling with and working with. But my mentor, Chris Widener, he had said, look, as long as you're 1 chapter ahead, means you've learned something how to overcome that and you're getting better, you can help out others. Because I used to give advice and I'm looking over my shoulder for the hypocrite police to come and lock me up because who am I to be talking about this? I ain't got it all figured out. He said, no, that's being transparent. That's being genuine as opposed to acting like, he said, nothing turns people off more than somebody who acts like they're so perfect in every imaginable way. Somebody will get that.
I like that. I like that 1 chapter ahead thing because, there's always somebody who can do something better than us that we can strive to be like, but there's always somebody hasn't gotten to where we are yet that we can help. So there's always a level and, we got to keep striving for that. I had a team that was, I guess they were about 14 and we went into a new league and I decided, we were really like, I had just kind of brought 2 teams together and we were trying to find our way. And I'm like, you know what, these guys had so much potential. And so I put them in a flight higher than what they should have been. If I'd have put them in their right flight, we probably would have won every game. So I bumped them up on purpose.
Absolutely.
And, sometimes you have to teach your kids that, we don't get better when we are the best in that arena. We get better when we're up against something better than us. And so, and that translates into everything in life. That season, we had 10 games, and the first 5, and then we had 5 games. We played each team twice, and we had our first 5 games, we got slaughtered. We lost the first 5 games, we lost to every team in the league, in the division. But each game got a little bit better. We came back and we won the second half. We beat everybody the second time, and they had learned from each encounter something that made them better. And then by the time we played that team again, each time we had 4 more games under our belt by the time we played each game, and we came back and beat each one of the teams that had beaten us the first half of the season. What a lesson that was that season. Absolutely. Probably one of the best seasons we ever had. Not as a whole, we were 5-5, but what a great learning experience, and how much better my players were that season because they were challenged. And you got to take challenges in life, and you got to overcome them, not sit there and say, oh, beat yourself up over it. You know what? We came back, and it was amazing. So, things like that can happen.
You play to the level of your competition, up or down. And if you're going around just beating the tar out of every single team, I mean, what are you really teaching the kids, right? Now, sometimes teams get put in the wrong league. I've been on both sides of that. And once the season started, you're kind of stuck. But that's a golden opportunity to teach the kids how to play with integrity. I said, all right, look, we're going to get 4 or 5 goals. I said, but after that, I want you to do this. We're not going to take our foot off the gas, but you're only allowed to shoot after you've made 3 passes in the offensive zone. So now we're working on building team accountability. We're working on passing. We're working on opportunities at the power play. So what that did was it kept our core players engaged, so they're not thinking, this sucks, I don't want to do this anymore. Also, it's not demoralizing the other team, right? And then, of course, we'd mix the lines up. So there's ways to handle that, but you play up or down to the level of your competition. And the same thing in life, what's the Jim Rohn always say, you are the percentage of the 4 to 5 people you surround yourself with the most. You surround yourself with leaders and heroes, and the same thing, you've got to set an example for your family. So when you're sitting around the table, are you complaining about life, how unfair it is, talking about, coach, or talking about how bad things are at work? Are you spending that cherished time complaining? And I'm not saying, once again, the world's not all sunshine and rainbows, but that cherished time, man, choose that to lift your kids up. Because if all they do is hear and see mom and dad complaining, bad talking everybody else, you're planting a seed in their mental garden, and they think that's the way to do it. You need to make a conscious effort. Is this worth talking about at this precious 45 minutes or an hour that I have around the dinner table with my family? And if the answer is no, then don't do it. And that's back to my whiteboard. I've got it written on here. All content has to deal with my mission. If it's not, don't post it. Don't talk about it. Don't do it. And I need that reminder because, one of my greatest strengths is I got a very active mind. One of my greatest weaknesses, I got a very active mind.
Yeah, I'm the same way. This goes back to something we were talking about earlier about what we talk about around the table. And, if you've got to discipline or have that tough conversation, it shouldn't be during the meal. It should be before dinner, after practice, out in the backyard at the picnic table when you're just sitting there on a one-on-one with your kid or whatever. But it should not be at the dinner table, because the dinner table needs to be that space where we're comfortable, where we feel at home. And there's nothing more comfortable than home. How many times you go, whether you're coming home from a game, you're coming home from a vacation, you're coming home from a work job or whatever, and you get home, it's like, home. It's home sweet home. Home sweet home. That term is there for a reason, because it is that feeling, and we want to feel comfortable at home, and our table is the center of our home. So yeah, absolutely. So I'll help you stick with that, make sure that stuff stays, but well,
and like you said, I had another mentor to always remind me, praise in public and reprimand in private. And I'm learning as I go with coaching. And you'd mentioned I was a coach long before I started coaching when I was, 13, 14 years old. I had no idea what the heck I was doing. So when I started helping coach my own kids, and here's the balance we talk about the balance. I went bipolar opposite. I made horrible examples out of my kids, and especially at the Martial Arts Academy. I even asked, does anybody want me to treat your kid like I treat my kid? Gosh, no. If you did that, we're leaving. I said, all right, so don't ever think he got something. He earned it all along. But then it goes back to how I started this talk about my own ego. I wanted to say that I was different because it was all about me. I used to never be able to talk about this because I had a fragile ego, right? But when I'm trying to mentor others, I work with a lot of young coaches now, and I say, look, there's got to be a balance. You can't be the jackwagon that plays this kid because he's your son, but you also can't be so over the top hard. So there is that balance. God, please help me to be the best person I can be, the best father, husband, leader, mentor, and Christian I can be, and give me the strength because, or I need it.
It's not easy, and it's not easy parenting. It's not easy coaching. And, like to go back to what you were saying about, either take, your kid, like coaches are such strong influence on a young kid's life or even on a big kid's life. And I remember kind of that same lesson you're talking about. I had a kid on my team that it was his turn to come out, and I had a player on the sideline with me whose dad was across the way, who was like such a stickler for wanting needed his kid to make sure he's playing kind of thing. And my son was standing next to me, and it was actually my son's turn to go in, but I put the other kid in first. Thank God it only took me a couple of minutes because my kid didn't say Pete. Pete didn't say anything, didn't complain. And I'm sitting here thinking, it's his turn to go in. They were 10 years old. 10. I'm glad I learned this young because this is my oldest kids. But you know what? 5 minutes later, I pulled the kid out and put my son in. And, I said to I remember having this conversation with myself saying, you know what? I'm not going to put in somebody else's kid, not because he's not good or he's better or whatever, just because that parent's across the way and I'm afraid what he's going to say to me. And you know what? I never made that mistake again. I put the player in. They weren't allowed to call me mom on the field. They called me coach. That was it. And
so, Dwayne, that actually brings up a good point about the dinner table again. At the Martial Arts Academy, dad at home and dad, but a lot of times I have to put on the Master Grogan hat, so to speak. At home, like, dude, you do great at the studio, you pick up after yourself, your room's a disaster. What the heck's going on here? Well, I've realized kids are comfortable at home and you don't want to lose that comfortability. So you got to have that balance, like you said, about, you don't want the dinner table to be the chastised table. Kids aren't going to want to come to the table if I'm constantly reaming them about stuff. So you got to make it a comfortable place to be.
Now, Rich, you wrote a wrote a book, didn't you?
Actually, I've written 4 books.
4 books. You didn't send them to me, so we couldn't put them in the chat. So let's
son of a gun. Well, my first one is becoming bully proof. It's about me as a 12-year-old meeting me 40 years later. We're going on a journey where the older me is teaching the younger me everything I wish I would have known. Number 1, about believing in myself, standing up for myself, and defeating the bullies out there, but most importantly, the bully in here. And then the newest one is how to get more ice time. It's a hockey book, obviously, and it's all about how do you get anything in life, and what we're talking about now. How do you find that success, that happiness, accountability, discipline, work ethic, and I say respect, but it starts with respecting yourself enough to do the things you say you're going to do. So for hockey players, how do you get more ice time? Do those things. How do you get more success in business? Do those things. How do you have a better relationship with your family? Do those things. And the other ones are on the back wall. One's a little kid's book called I Believe in Me. I took every letter of the alphabet and gave a positive affirmation because my goal is planting the positive seeds early and often. So not if, but when some little jerk tries to bully them or that bully in their mind, they can say, no, I am brave and bully proof. And the other one's a small little book I wrote with Tom Ziegler called Road Trip. Just we're always on a road trip in life, but which path are we going to choose?
I love it. Do me a favor when we're done here, if you'll jump on the chat and put some I wrote the 2 names, but if you want to put the names of the books,
okay.
And anything else you have that you want to share, because do you do everything you do is in person, right? You don't do any online coaching or anything? Or
actually, I'm doing, well, I guess to the hockey players at the rink, but majority of things I'm doing now is online. I've got now primarily I'm working with athletes and hockey players, but I can definitely work with others if it's a good fit. I just got to be careful not to drift. The programs I put together, it's all about, like I mentioned, accountability, discipline, and self-respect. And the work ethics built in there. That's all part of accountability, though. And earning. I'm not a believer in everybody gets a trophy because life doesn't give you anything.
I can't stand it.
You got to earn it. You got to earn it just like you got to earn ice time. And by teaching you how to earn ice time, man, you're going to learn that it's not going to be easy, But I think, and I know we're running over on time here.
That's
I think one of
okay.
the greatest travesties we've done as a society is constantly reward mediocrity. Because if you don't teach kids how to earn at an early age, when they get older, they're not going to have the capacity to, like, if you can't solve kid problems, you can't solve teen problems. You can't solve teen problems, you can't solve, adult problems.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean we don't need help. We all need help. I heard somebody talking when I first jumped on here, and I was that way too. I couldn't ask for help because that would mean I'm weak and vulnerable and I don't know the answer. Well, that was an egotistical, weak maniac. And I'm not saying you guys are, I'm saying I was. And that's just no way. You got to have coaches, you got to have mentors. Michael Jordan, to me, one of the greatest athletes of all times.
Absolutely. I
He
love
had a
that.
coach, he had a mentor, and we all need that, because what did Socrates say? All I know is I know nothing. And I keep saying that over and over again. So I remind myself, I still need coaching. I still need help, because I want to be my very, very best in order to help those. And I can't mentor somebody else if I can't be humble enough to realize I need mentorship as well.
Yeah. We
Sorry
have
about
something to,
that.
that's okay. Robert, you have a question?
Yes, I do, Rich. Now, I happen to notice over the many, many years that I've been following professional soccer players personally, what do you do with soccer players that have actually always been pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing to the point that the moment that they retire, it all goes wrong? There's so many great soccer players that succumb to alcohol, drugs. A lot of the Dutch players, Dutch soccer players are very well known for their amazing soccer skills, and they're sent out to soccer teams all over the world. But what went wrong?
Well, I can't speak for any individual person, but what I believe is elite athletes have that drive, have that push. It's a drug. It truly is, to excel to that next level. I've got to continue pushing, because that's what I've done my whole life. Tom Brady had talked about the roar of 80,000 people there, and Julian Edelman, he's got a podcast I listen to. That's the greatest rush on the planet. And when that's taken away, what do you do with yourself? And it's something I had to deal with. To me, it was that ego of proving others wrong, willing to do whatever it took to prove them wrong. And I had to come to a realization, man, oh man, I am wasting so much time trying to prove I shouldn't say fool. I was the biggest fool trying to argue with somebody online. As opposed to, my family's there waiting. I'll share this quick little tidbit. One of my greatest, gosh darn it, every time I say this, I get goosebumps and I get teary-eyed. My oldest son, his name's Austin. One of the things that hurts me the most to this day, even though he says, Dad, knock it off, it's okay, is "In a Minute, Buddy." And what that was, he would want to play, and I'm trying to build a business back 20-something years ago. Didn't know what the hell I was doing. And he would come, "Hey, Dad, can we play?" "Oh, in a minute, buddy." And he'd run off and come back. "Hey, Dad, has it been a minute?" "Oh, buddy, gosh darn it. You know what? Just give me another minute." Well, I'll come back. And next thing I know, he's laying down asleep on his glove. And I tell myself, dang it, man, tomorrow I'm going to do a better job. I'm going to play with him tomorrow. That "in a minute" never came. And back to my wife, bless her soul. My youngest son, Emmett, we just got here to Florida 4 years ago. I'm working on something. He goes, "Hey, Dad, can we go out and I don't even know what it was, go to the pool or something?" And I said, "Oh, in a minute, buddy." I didn't even realize. He comes back with my wife, and she goes, "Are you going to say 'in a minute, buddy,' to this kid too?" And I'm like, holy freaking crap. I don't know what I was working on, but I got up and went. Now, here's the moral of this story. You'll never remember what the heck was so doggone important that you couldn't spend time around the family table with your family. You couldn't spend time with your family, but son of a freaking gun. Like I said, every time I tell a story, I get emotional. I still remember that "in a minute, buddy." And I'd love to say I've gotten better, but sometimes I need my wife to smack the crap out of me to remind me. I just need to write the damn thing down and say, look, this is my focus, and I'm going to do this. And by me talking about this and not wanting to be a hypocrite and look for the hypocrite, "Please come lock me up," I got to do a better job of applying it myself too.
It really depends very much on what the driving force is behind what they're doing, correct?
Yeah, obviously, I don't know what's going on in everybody's life, but I just know that we started off talking about why. that why is so important.
The why,
Why the
exactly.
heck are you doing it? And it's a soul search, right? You know, why did I want to be in front of millions of people on stage? It was my own ego. Yeah, I want to make money. Yeah, I want to do this and that. But gosh darn it, why am I doing this now? I truly want to be the mentor I never had to tell me 20 years ago that don't do this, man. You're going to regret in a minute, buddy. And as far as the athletes, that rush, I got to say, how can I replace that with something official? Because the hardest thing for an athlete is injuries and retirement. Injuries,
Right.
because you start doubting yourself if you're ever going to get back. And then, of course, the mental side of rehab is far worse than the physical. And then retirement, you know, and hockey players, you generally retire in their 30s. So, man, oh man, if they don't have some kind of life plan, if they're planning to live to their 80, that's 50 years. I
Yeah.
don't think what are they going to do? And I don't know
Yeah.
when they retire. But so I don't. Did that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you, Robert. Well, Rich, this has been great. I really appreciate it. And what I want you to do is go in the chat and type up all your info, so that people can find you if they want to. Who knows who knows a hockey player who needs you or just needs a little bit of tough love from you, because I think that's what you would give people. And
Hashtag right hook reality, and it's from the heart, though. Just know that.
That's why I asked you here, because like I said, when I met you, you know, that clicked, and I love it. I love a fellow coach, because, you know, I still have my gold soccer ball around my neck, because
I remember that was a connection point.
that was something that to me is always, you know, something important to me. I feel like for me, sports really gave me, you know, I started playing soccer as a kid, and because I found my dad's soccer ball, and I said, I'm going to play soccer like Papa. I was the oldest of 4 girls in an Italian family, you know, there was no son. So I said, I'm going to play soccer like him. And I played all the way up to college, and it gave me, I was a shy kid. I was a terribly shy kid. And like, there's no way in, you know what, I would have been here doing this in front of people like this back then. But soccer gave me my voice. It gave me strength, physical strength, emotional strength. You know, I believed in myself, you know, and it was something that, you know, I still hold a lot of high esteem for the beautiful game. So it's in my heart.
I see Dr. Ashley has a hand up.
Yeah, I just thought while we're waiting for the next speaker, I just wanted to ask you, in some of the conversations with the previous speakers, we've been talking about the role of gender, and, you know, whether boys as opposed to girls might find it a little less easy to say they've got a problem or share that. And I was just thinking, you know, across all of your vast years encouraging youngsters, has it been a lot of males, and what's your experience or anecdotes really been about how boys and girls are growing into, you know, the adults who, you know, they can be the best version of themselves, really. I just wonder how gender you'd noticed over the different places you've been.
It was so I was also a PE teacher for 11 years. So I taught PE, and obviously one of the things I would have the kids do, and it didn't matter what age, we did calisthenics and exercise. And I made it fun. I mean, I was just nothing but a big kid myself. But a lot of times the girls would do push-ups on their knees. And I'm like, why are you doing that? And they would say, that's girl push-ups. I said, are you freaking telling me that this boy, and I probably shouldn't say it, but I didn't say it bad. That this boy over here is tougher than you are? Well, no. I said, well, then don't allow them to have any fuel for that. You can do it just like everybody else. So they would do the best. They would struggle, but by the end of the year, and the same thing, we'd do all kinds of fun stuff in PE class. I'd show the kids how to throw a football properly, and the little girls, I'm never going to play football. I said, no, you're out there. I said, I want you involved. It doesn't matter. And then during the soccer and this and that. And then, of course, in martial arts, my daughter, I was harder on her because I always told her, and I told the dads that would bring daughters in, look, I'm going to be hard as heck on them, because I'm going to do you a favor by keeping you out of jail later. So when some little jerk shows up, you don't have to beat the crap out of him. They can do it themselves. So my whole thing was, I never liked that, the victim card thing. Now, I'm not saying there aren't different things that go on in society, but gosh darn it, if you play life as a victim, you're going to be a victim. If you go around and like I'm doing girl push-ups because that's the best I can do. Is it really? And now if it is to start off, I don't mind, but don't sell yourself short because somebody told you that that's all you can freaking do. That, and I guess you can see the passion coming out of that. And I was bullied severely as a kid because I didn't believe in myself and I allowed it to happen. So that's why I've got that whole passion about that eye contact, that accountability, that respect. And all that starts with self-accountability, self-respect, self-discipline to stand up. And we allow influences in here to tell us we're not good enough. Or me, as my case, Richie, you're not strong enough. You're not good enough. You're not tall enough. You'll always be a loser. And I just mean things that some kids said, some coaches said. I don't think they, well, coaches that just, you're just not big enough, man. You're just not going to make it. I don't know what you're going to do. You might as well quit. Well, screw you. I'll show you. So you don't have to go to that extreme, but don't let somebody tell you can't do something.
No, that really helps because ultimately, regardless of the gender, we know that, those little brains are just absorbing as much neurochemistry as they possibly can in all those environments. And people like yourself who are, selling that positive message, that sense of you can try this, you might have heard that you can't, but give it a go.
I say that the mind is the most fertile garden on the planet. You plant strawberry seeds, you're going to get strawberries. You plant onion seeds, you're getting onions. You plant negativity, you're not going to believe in yourself. You got to plant the positivity, but at the same time, you got to be real. You can't, less than 0.00001% of the players I work with are going to make pro hockey. Now, I don't crush their dreams, but I tell them, look, I never made it to the pros, but I played at a higher level than my natural ability ever should have allowed because of the right attitude, the right mindset, the right drive, and most importantly, the willingness to do what others weren't willing to do. And everybody wants to fit in, right? The comfort zone. But the comfort zone is the most uncomfortable place on the planet. But it's comfortable in here. Yep, it's all comfortable. We're all in here together. No, man, step out. Got to have the courage to step out. But goodness gracious, if you're willing to do 1% more or different than everybody else, you're in a league by yourself. But most people don't want to do it, right?
No, thank you very much for that. That's really helpful.
Thank you, Rich. Strong words that are needed to be heard by people. So I love it. Well, thank you.
I've got my podcast it's called Warrior Confidence Hockey. My first name was called Kicking Life. It's a trademark I own because it's all about you're kicking life's butt, man. Life is going to hand it to you. It's going to beat you down, but you're going to rebound and kick life's butt, live a kicking life. But it did a lot, but since now I'm 100% focused on hockey, but it's the same message.
Thank you so much. I love having a fellow coach in here, and I'm glad you were able to make it. So we'll be seeing you later.
God bless everybody. Thank you for your time. Reach out anytime. I'll put all the contact information in there. I'll tongue-tied. Drain, God bless you.
We have had just such a great time talking with everybody today, and we have our last guest for the day, Cindy Olson. She is known for her 14-minute meals. I am always talking about, taking your time and doing stuff in the kitchen and spending time around the table. But just like Coach Rich and me as coaches will know that sometimes you got to cook fast so that you have the time at the table. So Cindy's really, really, really good at that. I'm pretty good at it too. 6 kids, 5 boys, and they walk in and like, we're starving. I'm like, you're not starving. Sit down. You're not dying. But yes, sometimes we do need to make those quick meals. And I think, Cindy, you've got some tips and tricks and things to talk about that, right?
Absolutely. Can you hear me well?
Absolutely. Yes, we can.
Great. I really understood during the pandemic that people didn't know the answer to the question, what I'm having for dinner, right? What meal can I create? And part of it was because people were so used to just going to a restaurant or getting takeout or this or that. And, during the pandemic, it was a little bit more difficult and couldn't even go to grocery stores for a while. So a lot of people were running out of food. And I said, that's not difficult because I'm going out and foraging in my garden and eating well and feeding other people. And what is the problem? And then I started paying attention to how people were actually cooking because I've been cooking ever since I was a young child. And what is amazing is it becomes natural over time. But if you think you have to create from recipes, it's going to be very difficult for you.
That's
So
for sure.
chefs get it. They go to their, stores and they say, what is available? But when I started talking to people, I realized they looked at recipe books and they didn't know really how to follow a recipe. And they would pick things that had 15 ingredients.
We are so like in this same thought process, because I'm always saying, you can't be married to recipes, because when you have to have just a recipe, you have to go shop just for that recipe. You might buy a spice that you'll never use again. Go with the things that you want and then build around it, right?
Right. And there have been so many studies about food waste in America. Right? 40% of the food in your refrigerator gets wasted because people just push it to the back and say, oh, I'll get to it. That is a way to not just, waste food, which is an incredible resource, but it also costs a lot of money. It's a time and place that we need to learn that, yes, we can create food from prep to plate in a short amount of time. But why I wanted to join this summit is because you're talking about coming around the table, sharing a fantastic resource. Yes, other human beings. And this has been scientifically proven. One of the reasons Finland is so happy, and I have Finnish friends, they wouldn't think about spending any more than an hour for dinner. So I say, create dinner quickly, right? Make it simple, make it nutritious for your palate and for your health, but spend time finding out what other people are doing, what they care about, right? That's how human beings have acted for centuries. Now I go to a restaurant periodically, maybe once a month, and I see people on the same table texting each other.
That to me is so crazy, because we talked about this actually yesterday. Somebody else said the same thing, that they were next to somebody at a table where everybody at the table was on their phones. And that's got to go. Just got to go.
And that makes us lonely and unhappy. But what food is, it's nourishment, right? It's nourishment not only for the body. So it's not what you eat, it's what you can digest. Really important. So we have to have a lot of different foods. So I love, and I put it in water and everything like that, right? I love to have herbs, fresh herbs in my water, right? I love to have fresh flowers, right? I eat flowers every single day. I grow them, but I'm just showing one petal. So if you've never had flowers before, first of all, you got to learn to identify them. There's so many ways that we can really enjoy the abundance of the earth. And people kind of forget that. We're trying to, deal with this scarcity of things, right? I'm not really upset that there's no eggs. I can use other things. Yes, there's 100 different ways to cook eggs.
And I love eggs. I have to say, I don't want to make you feel bad, but I can get 20 of them for $5 here in Italy. From the guy down the street, 25 cents each. But yeah, it's hard when things are scarce, but there's so much more. Like I used to go pick dandelions in my backyard, and I could do that. I couldn't pick them in my neighbor's yard because, well, they didn't have any because they sprayed everything. But even if they did, there was still some spray nearby, and I would never touch those. But the ones in my yard, I knew had no spray on them. So I went and picked my dandelions because, as they say, some people, see a weed and other people see a wish or a salad, so.
Right. And I mean, dandelions I've tried to eliminate in America for the last 70 years.
Yeah.
Out of our largest crop, which is lawns, grass, right? And now it's, poisoning water and, doing all sorts of other things.
Someone gave me a hard time once because I had weeds in my yard. I had a lot of clover. Clover is actually a great alternative ground cover, and it puts a lot of nitrogen in the soil, and it doesn't grow as fast, so you're saving on gas for the lawnmower, and it only goes a certain height, and it has cute little white flowers. When I was a kid, my mom always had a green lawn, but it wasn't all grass. We had lots of clover, and one of my favorite memories as a child was laying on the grass and looking for a four-leaf clover. You know, it was. I remember and making necklaces and and crowns out of the flowers. You know, you knot them together and make a chain. So, you know, I mean, can you eat clover?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so
Now,
there you go.
Again, I say that everyone is different. Okay, so a lot of times a plant is edible, all the pieces of it. Right? That's one of the reasons I like nasturtiums, because you can eat the green seeds that are produced, right? You can make them like capers, and they're a lot cheaper, and I like the taste better.
Really?
You can eat the leaves, you make that into pesto, right? You know, just like you would with basil and things like that. But if you go out and you have to buy basil to make pesto, you know, that's going to be an investment. So the other thing that I say, obviously you can eat the stems of it, and you can also eat the flowers. But there are other things like honeysuckle. I eat the flowers of most honeysuckles, but you can't necessarily eat the leaves of those.
Okay.
Right? So you have to kind of spend a little time figuring out what works. But there are literally, you know, I grew up eating violets. I grew up eating the petals of a lot of things, right? So we think of sunflower seeds, but you can eat sunflower petals, right? But do test them, see how they affect you. But I want to tell you the real secret of flowers. Are you ready?
Ready.
The secret of flowers are that they change you emotionally. You don't really think about that. So different flowers have different effects, right? The brighter flowers give you a lot of energy, but if you want to calm down, right, you may want to have a darker flower, right? And the time of day that you take it, I like to get up at dawn, right? To go out, greet the sun, right? And also to have some really delicious fresh fruit, right?
Nice.
Fresh food when you go in to pick it, whether you're foraging or whether you have your own garden or whatever. But it's the same thing. You can grow inside. I grew in a basement in Brooklyn, New York for 2 years.
Wow.
I had to grow under lights.
Yeah.
Right? But you can also, you know, there's a lot of places that still have, I don't know if you can see that. This is a sprouting seeds, right? And a lot of times you can get sprouting seeds really inexpensive, but you don't have to have any light for that at all. You can grow mushrooms. Start with a kit. There's a lot of kits that are available.
Yep.
They're very abundant, right? And they have been proven over the centuries to help people with their longevity. I know I use a particular mushroom called lion's mane because I have a neurological disorder. So I'm trying to regrow my nervous system, and lion's mane is helping.
Yep, there's mushrooms that are anti-tumorous. I learned that when I was teaching a family how to cook who's had a son who had cancer, and I did a lot of research, and mushrooms are truly, truly a superfood, and they're yummy. I make killer stuffed mushrooms. But
Yep.
so what's a good 14-minute meal, or what do you do? Because I have my things that I do. What do you do to be able to make those meals in such a short period of time?
Well, first of all, I don't use a lot of pots, pans, bowls, you know, mixers, this and that. I don't like, you know, they show on TV, like they have all these bowls and they have all the ingredients all nicely chopped up. So you have to have knife skills. Okay. One of the first people I started helping, she was like afraid of a knife because she had like cut her finger years before and didn't want to use that. So I said, why don't you use scissors? I use
love my kitchen
food
scissors.
scissors all the time.
I do too.
And it makes it simpler because you can cut things over the pan, right? So you don't really have to like set up all your ingredients. And I try to say to people, 5 ingredients are good, 5 different tastes coming together. Now, of course, you can add, more herbs and, do other things like that. But the important thing is that we as human beings used to live. I mean, why was the potato famine so devastating? Because they were living literally on potatoes. Poor people, at least a quarter of the population. I'm not saying just use one ingredient. I'm saying we're living in better times. We can have 5.
Yep.
But things cook at different rates. You know that.
Yep.
I mean, what do I love about Italian American cuisine? Sauce, right? And a good sauce. You walk into an Italian American's kitchen and it permeates. And they've been cooking it for like 8 hours. Okay? That is a type of cooking that people had when they were going to use the entire day and just leave it alone. It's kind of like putting it in a crock pot, right? But we're in a whole different kind of mindset now, right? People want to put things in their bullet and go, and then it's done, right? I mean, Instapots, it's basically like an old time pressure cooker, right? So it does cut off some of the time. But I literally say you can saute most meals.
Yep.
Right? And you put a little oil in, right?
And I'll tell you about Instapots. I have this thing. You can't smell it. When you're cooking in a pressure cooker and an Instapot, the lid is so sealed tight. Half of the enjoyment of cooking to me is the aromas. And if you can't smell the sauce cooking or that meat stewing or whatever it is, that's half the enjoyment for me. So I'd rather slow cook it on the stove and let it be, but still, it's still, even though doesn't take 14 minutes from start to finish. Like, for example, if I put my sauce on in the morning, it still takes me 5 minutes to throw it all together. I put the sauce, I put, the garlic, the olive oil, the meat, and then the sauce, or if it's meatless or whatever. But, the prep is really key to making quick meals.
Right.
That's definitely something that I love. But yeah, Instapot, I have not bought an Instapot yet, and I've never had a pressure cooker. I've always just done things to the point. The only reason I'm going to get a pressure cooker is just for some of my canning, but that's it. That's different. So
right.
Anyway.
So I used a pressure cooker when I was very young because we had big vegetable garden, and I used to not want it to go to waste. It lived in a, waste not, want not.
Oh yeah, I say that all the time.
But, I think we're going to get back to that.
Yeah.
And one thing that I can say is canning, right, is an underutilized skill now. Everybody 50 years ago knew about it.
Yep.
Right? But one of the things that I find is I like to dry things, and I dry them outside. I'm lucky because I live in Southern California, so that's possible. Right. But, people get dehydrators, but you can put them in if you have a gas stove, right? And it has a pilot light in the oven. You can put a lot of things in the oven and they just dry out naturally.
Yeah. What kind of things do you dry?
Well, I have a tendency to dry a lot of the beans and things like that I grow just because they're, they last a long time. But I also like to, believe it or not, dry out some greens. So, the kale, the collards, and things like that. Now, a lot of people turn those into chips. I'm trying to get away from the whole chip thing.
So what do you do with the dried greens?
Well, I actually use them and reconstitute them, right? Just like I would a dried mushroom, and I would put that into a soup or something like that. But
Okay.
what's nice about that is you can bring it out. You can just put it, at before you even start cooking. You can just put it in some water.
Mhm.
And it also makes the water an instant kind of broth, right? So
Right.
you don't have to deglaze or anything like that now that's just adding some kind of liquid. That's a fancy term. You don't have to use it.
Right.
But, the thing is, it's so much, it's just so much fun to see, oh, what can I put together? Right. So sometimes I'll add, not just, fresh flowers at the end and herbs, but I'll add in some, pieces of seaweed, right?
Mhm.
I'll top it with some mushrooms. I love nuts and seeds, right? And a lot of those things, they don't need to actually be cooked,
Yeah.
right?
But they add some
How
nice
many,
texture, and they give you, you have to have sometimes a mix of textures. And so those nuts and seeds do that. Pumpkin seeds too are so high in protein. They're so good for you. There's so many different seeds and things, but I know that, just a small, I think it's like a tablespoon or something of pumpkin seeds has like, I think it's like 9 grams of protein or something ridiculous, like, or something to that
it,
effect, but it's quite high. And
yeah,
so, if you need to add a little protein to your diet and you want to do it with, a vegetable or a not meat, that, pumpkin seeds are great. And, you can grind them up and put them in anything. You can put them in a smoothie. You can sprinkle them on top of a salad. You can do so many different things with them. And or you can just snack on them.
right.
Sometimes we just need a crunchy snack. So go pumpkin seed instead of potato chip.
And, and I love hemp seeds,
Uh-huh.
right? And there's so many types of seeds that, some people, if they just have them raw and things like that, they can't digest. So like chia seeds, they really, everybody was talking about it, sort of like foods go through,
Yep.
whoa, everybody has to eat kale now and everybody has
Yeah.
to eat this now. But the thing is, a lot of times you can also soak them. That's where all those milk comes from, you
Yeah.
know? So you can also set something up 2 minutes or something like that and leave it overnight, or put it in where, coffee grinders and things like that. You don't have to just grind coffee. You can
Mhm.
grind other things,
Yeah. Oh, I use my coffee
right?
grinder for everything. So many
Right.
things. Absolutely.
So, part of this is we are lucky in this day and age that we have all sorts of appliances we can use.
Yeah.
But I've walked into so many people's houses that have so many pots, pans, utensils, I mean, and so many different appliances they could barely get to their counters.
Yeah.
And I would ask them, how many do you actually use? Right?
That's one of the same exact things that I teach people, only, you only need what you need. Just have what you need, because what
Right.
ends up happening, people buy so many gadgets, and, there's 7 million things out there that cut. Get yourself a good set of knives and a scissors. And okay, my one passion is my Pampered Chef chopper that chops
Oh
the
yeah.
crap out of my garlic. I love it, and a bunch of other things. I love my chopper. If you have one little thing that, and it also gets my aggressions out because I pound the heck
Yeah,
out of
there
it.
you go. That's why you make bread.
Yeah, exactly. But really, truly, take inventory of your kitchen. Like Cindy's saying, don't have. I mean, okay, I'm guilty. I have probably everything you could possibly want except for a pressure cooker. But I do use them all, so that's different. But as far as all the million other things, like all these different things to cut, chop, and everything, I've got good knives. I've got my chopper and I have my scissors. And if you know how to use your knife, I have a paring knife that I absolutely adore. It's a curved one. I'll put the link on my Facebook page, but it is out of this world. It's a little French knife and it's like $10, and it is the best peeler, corer, parer, you name it. But you find those couple pieces that that are comfortable in your hand, because what's comfortable in my hand may not be comfortable in your hand. You may not like the pounding of the chopper. I love it. But you know, find the things that you like, the couple of things, and just have those and utilize your knives. Original Kitchens only had knives to cut, chop, and slice and dice. You know,
Yep.
you don't need the what was it? What was that company way back? Ronco, all the million slicer, dicer, chopper, dopper, you know, all these things, you know. We don't need 7 million things in our kitchen. We need good knives, you need a good cutting board, you need some basics. And you will
Right.
cook more with less crap in your kitchen than you will if you have everything possible, because then you can't find it when you need it. Then you buy another one, you know, and then you can't find it even more. So definitely good point to bring up there, Cindy. I appreciate that. You guys, there's so many great things like Cindy's talking about. And Cindy, you have let's see here, a gift from Cindy, ultimate guide to okay, let's see. Ultimate guide to saving. Wait, I can't even read. Okay, ultimate guide to creating 14-minute healthy meals while you're saving money. So you can go here and click on her link and check out her guide, because that's for you guys to have, and make sure you save the chat before you get off of here today. But you know, I've seen Cindy speak a couple of times now, and I've watched her eat flowers on camera. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to start growing me some edible flowers just because I'm excited to make my dishes look prettier. I mean, I have done, there's certain things that you do, you know, that you learn in restaurants and chefing that, you know, I have used some flowers, you know, and, but to the extent that she eats the flowers, I'm excited to start adding them to my salads, because I think it's going to up them a level flavor wise, but color wise, because, you know, we eat first with our eyes before we even ever get them to our mouths. So I'm always a big fan of making beautiful dishes. And that is a start. And that's something also that entices people to the table when you have a beautiful dish
Absolutely.
that you're putting on there, not just the physical platter, but the stuff that's on it. And if you take a moment, it only takes a second to arrange the food properly, to wipe the, you know, when you're pouring stuff onto a plate and there's drips, you know, in a restaurant, they wipe the side of the plate off. Why can't we do that at home? It only takes a second to take your towel to wipe the side of the plate, to make it look more enticing, to make it more inviting, because the table should invite people. It should not repel people. So, right, Cindy?
Absolutely. And
So
what I think is exciting is when you plate like they do in a restaurant, you're going to be more careful about your proportion, right? If you, I mean, my life changed because I grew up in the Clean Plate Club. Did you ever heard of that?
The Clean Plate Club, absolutely.
Okay. And we had big plates. So I was like, I'm going to eat everything no matter what, you know? And then I realized that I was getting heavier and I couldn't figure out why. You know, as I get older, you know, you can't quite eat as much, right? So I shrunk the plate. And then I never had to worry about the fact, right, that I was going to overeat. But making it pretty, right? Making it smell good. That's another reason I like flowers and fresh herbs on my plates, because it brings in the primal sense of smell. And for many people, especially older people, their taste goes before their smell goes. So it's really important to enjoy and get kids to realize people used to like to come to my house just so that they could come and smell it.
Mine always smelled like garlic.
Well, garlic and other things, right? You got to have a little
garlic and other things, but
rosemary.
you definitely always smell the garlic. Oh, garlic in the coffee. But but yeah, you know, that is so true. I mean, those are the things that are inviting, you know, that make you want to be part of it all, you know. So absolutely believe in that.
And get kids involved. You know,
Yes.
I grew up in the kitchen, so this was not difficult for me. But I was just talking to a 26-year-old gentleman, and he was like, no, I've never actually been in the kitchen. I've never used it. I'm like, how do you eat? He says he lives on shakes. That's what he's learned to do. You know,
Bad.
I'm like, you've been living on your own for a year, and the only thing you make at home is really. So I'm just saying we like a lot of variety as human beings, right? Yeah. Make a shake, find out if you're dairy intolerant, so learn about your own body and what food tolerances you have or intolerances. Or a lot of people are allergic now to a lot of things, whether it's dairy or eggs or, other types of foods. So it's an exciting thing to learn what you can eat and what you can enjoy the taste of. And going to Europe can be such a great experience for Americans.
Yes.
Because you see people in cafes, right? I mean, oh my goodness, you can't go to France without having a croissant, right? You can't go to Italy without, I never had bad food in Italy. Never once.
Yeah, me neither.
Darn.
So I had to move here because it's always good.
Right?
But it's so true, things are fresher. And I think a lot of allergies over the years have come from the fact that things are now genetically modified. Wheat used to have, okay, I don't know the exact numbers, but I'm ballparking it here. It used to have 20 some chromosomes. Now it has like 40 some. And most of those new
42.
chromosomes that it has are bad for you. And then some of those new properties that wheat has make you crave it. So you're craving crap. Okay, that is so bad. But I know people who have celiac and gluten intolerances who come to Italy and they eat pizza and pasta and they are fine because it's all heritage. It's all original because Italy and the European Union do not allow the same genetical modified stuff. Genetical, that's my word. And they don't allow a lot of the fake things, and they don't allow the same pesticides that we say are generally accepted. What is it? Generally accepted as okay or whatever, that the FDA says, oh, it's generally acceptable. I'm like, no, it's not acceptable.
Regulations are totally different.
Yeah.
And those extra chromosomes have to do with the fact that, glyphosate is in everything, right? Roundup. And it's a herbicide.
Mm-hmm.
But they have created the plants that are not affected by a herbicide. What is a herbicide? It's supposed to kill green plants.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine you're putting that into your body, right? Without your knowledge. And the other thing is the best food chemists in America, right? The really brilliant people figured out how to make ultra processed food totally addictive.
Yeah.
I cannot open a bag of Doritos
and eat only one.
I can't. Right? So I just have to say, I'm going to eat other things. I don't have to have that because it's a non-food. My body cannot break it down.
Yeah.
Right? And I talk to kids, and what kids have for Fruit Loops and all these other things. I know one kid said, oh, I love to look at, myself after I have Fruit Loops because, it comes out in the toilet bowl.
It's neon green. I have a story about that because I had a neighbor whose kid had seizures all the time. But the only thing this kid would eat was Fruit Loops. She'd walk around constantly with a baggie full of Fruit Loops. And I'm like, are you kidding? I was like, her diaper is neon green. Neon, I kid you not. And I'm like, you think that's right? Well, that's all she'll eat. I got to give her something. That's all she'll eat because that's what you gave her. Right. So I've had so many people come to me to learn to cook, and they're like, well, I got to get my kids to eat some other stuff because all they'll eat is mac and cheese and chicken nuggets. I said, that's because that's what you gave them. You gave them mac and cheese and chicken nuggets. Don't give them mac and cheese and chicken nuggets. Okay. I never bought chicken nuggets. If I had chicken nuggets, I made them with chicken that I bought that was organic, and I put my own crust on it and fried them up, in good oil, not in crappy oil. And, it's not hard to do it yourself. And, we make a little bit of an investment in better quality food. but we're making an investment in our future, in our health, and in our pocket later on, because the amount of money that we would spend on medical bills, on medicine, on later trying to reverse, whether we're buying, even if we're buying herb, nice herbs and things to help reverse whatever issue we've got, we got an issue and we got to fix it. So you're still paying money out later. So might as well pay it out now for good, healthy food and live a long life. Like I said earlier today, talking about my grandparents who lived until they died because they had a rainbow on their table. They always had my grandfather's way before the times organic garden on their table. It was purple and red and green and beautiful, so huge difference on in life. If you go ahead and make the investment in yourself now, learn how to cook good, healthy things, and bring your family to the table. Those are the things that make long life, the Rosetto effect.
Right.
So myself.
I absolutely totally agree with you. But I also want to say that we have learned this in the last 50 or so years. People didn't have Doritos 50 years ago. They didn't have, a lot of the things that are addictive foods, right? And the sugar lobby did exactly the same. People that push tobacco also push sugar. But, in 1970 or something, I read a book about how that sugar itself was not normal for human diets, and it was affecting our hearts, our lungs, all sorts of things. That research was known decades ago.
Yep.
And yet we've done nothing about it. Right? So if you eat a whole food, if I eat a carrot, it can be sweet, right? I like to grow carrots, later in the year so that they get their kind of sugars concentrated. But that carrot is not necessarily equivalent to white processed sugar or all the various other sugar substitutes. Now, a lot of people say they love stevia. I can't even tolerate it because I can't take that much sweet.
Yeah.
It's super sweet. But so many people that drink soda, right? They have the salt and sugar thing, and the salt covers up the sugar. Now, I'm not saying that you can't have some sugar or some salt, right? But it's a lot in processed foods.
Yeah, it is completely, we, if you even look at, take recipe books, you take an American cookbook and for a chocolate cake, for example, and you take a European or an Italian one with a similar type cake, because they're not going to be exactly the same. I know for a fact here, the sweets in Italy, the pastry, and they make beautiful pastries here. And I cannot lie. I love a good pastry, but they're not sickeningly sweet. You don't feel like you're getting a sugar rush when you have a pastry here. I can eat a whole pastry and feel fine, but I have one piece of cake at a restaurant in the States or something that I didn't make. And you taste the sugar before you taste the cocoa. You taste the sugar before you taste the carrot cake. You taste the sweet first. When I was making cakes one time for a restaurant, and I was putting some cakes out, and this woman comes up and was asking about the cakes, and I'm explaining, and I said, and as I told her which ones were which, I said, and all these cakes have at least a third to a half less sugar than your regular cakes. And she goes, "Oh, really? How do you do that?" And I just looked at her, and I put in that much less sugar, and that's it. But she was flabbergasted. She said, "You can do that?" I said, "Yes, you can." Because, I like to make I love carrot cake, but I want to taste the carrot, That's the whole point of it. And carrots are sweet already. All right, I'm going to give you guys a secret tip. If you ever make a carrot cake, if you own a juicer, this happened to me about 35 years ago, before I had all the different tools, but I had a juicer, and I wanted to make a carrot cake. And so I was like, oh, well, if I put the carrots through the juicer, the pulp comes out the other side. So I have the pulp already. I don't have to grind them by hand. I thought I was and then I had all this juice separate, and I'm like, I got all this great pulp. Let me just throw the juice in the cake. So if you separate it out and then put it in, I swear you, I don't think you need any sugar because you're pulling all the
No, you
sweetness out in the juice. But boy, it is the tastiest, moistest carrot cake. So if you ever want to make a carrot cake, put the carrots through the juicer, do the pulp and the juice, and then have, oh my God, it's the best. In fact, that makes me want one.
Yeah, exactly.
So
You know?
try it. That's one of my secrets that's no longer secret now.
You know, I absolutely, and it's just kind of like growing a garden. There's certain plants that like each other and they grow well
Mhm.
together, right? Companion plants. I think there's companion foods.
I love companion. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So if you think about I like parsnips, right? And they're much more naturally sweet than even carrots, right? So you combine them, right? Just, and throw in some garlic and stuff like that. You can use that as a base of a meal. And
Yeah.
all you have to do is add small pieces of protein, right? Kind of like I learned this from, going to Chinatown and learning about traditional Chinese medicine, TCM. People ate less, right? They didn't, in America, I know people that sit down and eat a pound of sirloin.
Yeah.
All right. People, if you work out and you're trying to be, like marathon man or whatever, then maybe you're going to need that much protein. But for the most part, Americans have always eaten too much.
Yeah.
So what is amazing is if you cut up the meat small, like you would see in, classic, Chinese with broccoli or this or that, right? Those pieces of meat are small. Well,
Yeah.
you know what that means? They don't have to cook as long. So you don't have to use the idea of a stir fry and get the wok and get the this and, no. You can do that just in one pan. And it doesn't even need to be a frying pan or a saucepan, right? You can put it into a pot. Literally, you can cook in a pot.
Mm-hmm.
Not hard. You're going to be doing exactly the same thing because you're not cooking it for a long time.
Yeah.
And you're cooking it in layers, right? So I would put my oil and then my carrots and then my parsnips, right? And then add, right, some garlic cut up, right? If it's small, you don't want to cook that so much that it turns to chars, right? You want to be able to actually taste it.
Well, I love
And then what
garlic.
the other you're going to add to it, you're going to add meat. But
Yeah.
if you put in a big hunking piece of meat, it's going to have to take a long time. You're going to have to braise it. You're going to have to do other things to it. Or some fish, right? Shrimp. You really ought not. I have gone to people's houses and they've cooked shrimp for like 15 minutes. And this poor shrimp, it's hard.
The poor shrimp.
Poor shrimp.
Poor shrimp. So on the poor shrimp note, don't overcook your shrimp. That's a sin. Okay.
It is.
As soon as it turns orange, it's ready to go and it's still tender, but it's not raw. So you know what? We have had such a wonderful day here today, Cindy. You're a pleasure. I love all the ideas that you throw out at us. Everybody, like I said, I always say, the most important thing is, eating around the table. And even sometimes I'll say more important than what's on it, even though we know that is important, but who's around it. But when you're around a table and you've got good, healthy food on that table and you're enjoying it and you feel physically good while you're eating it, because it's not making you feel sick and you don't even realize it because you're so used to feeling crappy because you're eating crappy food. You know what? Bring good food to your table. If we have to eat, it's the only thing in life we have to do to survive. We can live in a tent or a cave. We don't have to have a car. We don't have to have a phone. We don't have to have all these extra accoutrements of 7 million. I have a library of books, but that's another story. But we need food. We need to eat. So we might as well make it good. We might as well make it healthy, and we might as well do it around in a circle. Okay. Whether it's in a table or sitting around on the ground in a circle. Okay. Like you might do I have a friend in India. He goes, well, we sit on the ground. I'm like, okay, that's fine. You're still sitting around and facing each other. The most important thing is that you're facing each other, not the same direction, like in front of the television or at the kitchen counter. The kitchen counter once in a blue moon, but sit at the table where you can face people that and enjoy your meal together. Me and my husband, it's just the two of us in the house anymore. But guess what? We sit every meal at the table and we're facing each other. And it is crucial. And, you know, I would probably take one of those flowers, eat one, and put one behind my ear so he could look at me from across the table looking cute. Okay.
Mhm.
So anyway, thank you, Cindy. And in the chat, let's see, let's just remind everybody. There's your gift. So don't forget, everybody, to click on the link so you can save it in your tab, 7 million tabs open like I have, or you can save the chat from the top. Somebody said they missed the chat from yesterday. I will share I'll send an email out at the end for everybody who's attended and send you all the goodies here that you missed if you missed them. So don't worry, you'll have access to everything from yesterday's chat as well as today's chat. So, but
Oh, that's wonderful of you.
So
Really appreciate it.
no problem. So we got a lot of good freebies from everybody, and a lot of good resources, and I want everybody to be able to have that. So thank you, Cindy, for being here. I really appreciate it.
And I want to tell you, I'm going to be sending you a couple of my edible flower books.
Ooh, goody.
You know, so
you can't eat poppy flowers, can you?
Well, I would say you can eat the petals.
Yeah.
Right.
The seeds will
You're
make
not going to want to
right?
eat the milky sap, right?
Oh, okay. I was just curious. We have poppies all over the mountains here.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll have to do some learning.
There's different varieties of them, you know, so I don't want to make blanket statements.
Yeah.
But what I would say is a lot of times the petals are fine, but do just take one and then check.
Okay.
But
if it doesn't kill me, then I'm good to go.
Well, but you also, a lot of times, you know, what you can do is you can rub it on your arms to find out whether or not you're having an allergic reaction. I have noticed that so many kids have so many more reactions, and I hardly ever react to anything. But I'm in the garden every single day, and I, you know, get my serotonin highs from it and everything like that. But
good to know. I definitely would like to learn more. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Have a great one.
Take care.
Well, everybody, this is the end of another great day. I just am so happy that this thing has gone as wonderfully as it has. I'm just all these people have so much good information for us and good resources, and you know, and today was a little different. You know, we talked about things that were a little bit outside the table, but still things that are important to the family and the table, because it all ends up coming back around, you know. So I really think that gosh, I'm just thrilled, and I can't wait for tomorrow. We have 6 more speakers tomorrow, and I am Josh, I just can't wait to see you guys. So thank you all for being here. Thanks for those of you who've been here the whole time. That's amazing. And thanks for all the great questions and conversation today, because you know, it doesn't even seem like this amount of time has gone by. I have enjoyed being here with everybody. And like I said, you know, it has been a pleasure. And I have to put a big thank you out to Summer, who has helped me keep all of this thing going. She's my tech guru. She is my savior.
Techie Chicky.
Techie Chicky. That's
you
right.
You gave me a title yesterday.
That's right. Techie Chicky. My Techie Chicky is Summer. She is another marketing genius. She is great at putting these events together. And if anybody else has any kind of a business or something, even if it's something you want to do, you know, this would be a great idea as a fundraiser, you know, to do an event like this. And you know, if you're a part of an organization or anything and you need that help to do that, Summer's your gal. So, and what else? You were
just spotlighted myself so everybody can see my pretty face.
Yes, of course. I want you to spotlight.
Thank you, Colleen, for your kind words.
Tell us
I run
what else
summits.
You can help people with.
Absolutely. I run a marketing agency. I wouldn't highly recommend if you're just starting up to hire my agency. That one is expensive. But I teach people how to do their own marketing. I do little workshops where you can participate for a couple of hours, learn how to do your LinkedIn, improve your LinkedIn presence, improve your email marketing, build your list, talk at summits, various topics. So those are little things that I do, which anybody can afford. And I organize summits for other people. This is my third summit I'm organizing for somebody else. So far, they've been doing really well. There are people out there that charge an arm and a leg, but Dorina says I'm not expensive.
She only charges an arm.
Yeah,
I'm just
half
kidding.
an arm sometimes.
A
And
hand.
Dorina got a discount of just half an arm. And I run my own at least once a month. So I'm always looking for speakers. If you are a speaker, if you run your own business and want to be more visible in front of people, talk to me. There's always a summit that I'm looking for speakers for. My
Yeah.
quarterly is called Symposium Synergy. Love it. Love the energy, love the love of people. Keeping stuff organized is really hard, but yeah.
Yep.
Add me up on LinkedIn. I'll put in my LinkedIn very soon, Mary.
And Summer, you have a magazine.
Yes, it's called The Savvy Solopreneur. Perhaps I'll share it right now. There's very few people in the room right now, but I would love to connect with people on LinkedIn and ask me about it. There's my LinkedIn.
The Savvy Solopreneur. That's me.
Correct. The Savvy Solopreneur is a quarterly magazine by solopreneurs for solopreneurs. Lots of tips and stuff for getting your business organized, tools, strategies, and stories from people who have been there, done that. Always have loved doing the magazine. It's quarterly. On the first day of the summit that I run quarterly, I launch a new one.
Awesome.
I just put in the chat a link to check out the magazine. I also gave you the password. So once you open it up, you're a subscriber. You can take a look at what the magazine looks like. And if you want to be featured in our magazine, it's not very expensive. We are full for this edition, but for the next quarter, there's a form to fill out.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Dorina.
Awesome. I love you and thank you for all your help because you are making this all work. Summer's the one that's doing all the stuff in the chat, putting everybody's links in and helping so that I can just sit here and talk and nod my head and say yes, yes, yes to all the wonderful things people are saying. So thank you again.
Believe me, when I run my own summits, I have another co-host, either my VA or one of my people in my connections.
There you go. Well, we're all here to help each other out. So all of you that are still here till the very end, I really appreciate you. And I hope that you got something out of today. And, let me know, what you think. You all will be hearing from me, later, and we'll be having, once this is all over, I will send out an email to everybody who attended with all the links so that you got connections, and also to the replays. Also to the replays of the videos that are going to be on my YouTube channel. So I will send all those links. So if you missed anything, you get to watch it again, or get to watch it once and then you get to watch it again if you want to. So anyway, thank you all for a wonderful day. Don't forget that, I'm here, Dorina's Kitchen. And if you want to learn how to cook, maybe in 14 minutes, maybe longer. But my videos sometimes are a little longer just because I'm talking, but go to Dorina'sKitchen.com for my website, Dorina's Kitchen on Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, you name it. I'm there, Instagram. I feel like, I had to keep it all the same because everything important in life happens in the kitchen. It's all where all our important decisions are made, where all of our, joys and sorrows are shared, where we're comforted, where we're consoled, everything. It's supposed to be where we are happy. And so let's keep making our kitchen tables happy, invite people to them, share it, share the Rosetto effect, And remember, you know, it's not necessarily what's on the table, even though we know that's important, but it's who's around your table. That's the Rosetta effect. Let's make it happen around the world. So have a wonderful rest of your day, everybody. I'm going to go and I don't know what I'm going to go do now because it's kind of 10 o'clock at night in Italy, but I'm going to go see if my husband's still awake and see if he wants to take a walk down to Piazza. So you guys, good evening. Mwah. And I will see you guys tomorrow, noon Eastern time, right here, same place, same time, same me.